Hey, how's it going, everybody? Yeah, I do have a 100% silent stream. And how's it going, Arch? It's been a while. Reganation, New Neo, Pergy, Dragon, Catstip. How's it going? How's it going? Yeah, I, you know, if Brian was here, which he's possibly watching, I don't know, um, he would have all the music going. He would have all this stuff set up. But unfortunately, he is not, and I am here. Yeah, green screen. The beard. I've had the beard for a while now. The chair is got to be about a year old now, but the green screen is new. That is true. That is true. Oh, you got a new villager. Awesome. Yeah. Oh, just give me 1 second. Okay. Yeah, it has been a while for you for sure. Totally. All right. Well, let's catch people up with what's been going on because things have been moving forward here with the kingdom in terms of the planning. Like we've got sort of like a big push um, with a bunch of stuff. Got my slow cart here. Actually, it's not going that slow. It's like 18 kilometers an hour. That's not bad because we haven't quite gotten the animals with the new breeding stuff to. So these are two speed horses, like the old 5 speeds. That's what I got. Is the old 5 speeds. Still pulling my cart. But we have this big project going on, if you aren't aware. Catspur, along with myself and a bunch of other people from the Alliance, are going to be building a big sandcastle over here, a kingdom castle. And one of the main things that we're working on right now is removing clay tiles. We got, I think the count was 63 clay tiles. We want to get rid of them all, particularly so that we can terraform more easily around the kingdom. But here's what we got so far. There used to be a silver vein right in this spot, somewhere over here anyway. I think it was right here. And we got rid of that. Yeah, it's a true silent stream. I don't, I don't know about you guys, but I find it hard when, like, if I'm watching somebody's stream, I might be the only one because everybody has music on their stream. But if I'm watching somebody's stream and they have music going, I find that it prevents me from being able to play my own music because I'll be playing my own game, and I like sometimes listening to music. Um, oh, why can't I see any of the clay over here? Maybe I have to go down that way. But anyway, I also don't want to get into any issues with, DMCA, whatever it is. I mean, this way everybody gets to listen to their own music. Either way. So we got a ton of clay, like those clay tiles out there. These ones over here. Um, Over here, like these, there's just clay tiles all over the place, and we want to get rid of them so that we can terraform that deep into the ground. And for that, we need a whole lot of lemons. A whole lot of lemons. There's even some more clay tiles over here that need to be gotten rid of. So you can see over here, Catspur has been planting lemon trees, and they are really close to being in season. We also have a few places that we're going to go and potentially harvest them, as many lemons as we possibly can, so that we can start making transmutation liquid. So I've been trying to figure that part out. Turns out you need a bunch of skills for that. You need beverage making, and you need forestry, of course, to pick the lemons. You also need natural substances. So I'm going to be using Xander over here. Let's see, Xander over here. I've been grinding his natural substances up. I mean, it's going. He's at 46 now. I think just in the last few days I've gotten like 12 or 13 points or something like that. So that's going to keep going. Um, and I've also been working on his forestry. I'm not sure exactly if that's the best move. He needs some fight skill so that I can take him out and do some real forestry. I've only been sort of like picking stuff in the area. Olives are in season right now, so I've been hitting up all the olive trees in our area. So in any case, one of the things I was thinking of doing was to get beverage making up on one of my tunes. I was actually thinking of doing it um, on Griffith here because he already has his cooking up. I'm not sure how much of a role that plays in you know in beverage making. Oh, it looks like I already got 10 skill in my beverage making. That's weird. Um, I don't know. Modest skills in this area already. DMCA, that's right. Also DRM, which stands for Digital Rights. I forget what the M is. Management. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. DMCA. And then it's a matter of listening to a whole bunch of music, trying to find the one that fits. And I don't even know what kind of music fits. I'm more of a, you know, I like guitar. Anything that has guitar in it is pretty good with me, but I don't know. To each his own. I'd like to focus on Wurm. Let's do that. Let's focus on Wurm. So I got to figure out where am I going to put this beverage making setup. Um, I mean, we have this non-built house over here, and I sort of repurposed it into a what do you call it? Planter rack, herbs. Herb picking. Willow, when she had lived in this house over here, this is Willow's old house. She went hog wild on making planter racks. There's still like got to be 30 more planter racks filled with pots, and um, you know, I just moved over some. They haven't been used in a while, and I started planting. Um, that way, I can get some herbs going. But she had left this bulk storage bin, which has like 2,400 lovage, 3,000 basil, like just like a ton of stuff in here. Um, so I was thinking like I can use some of this for the beverage making by making tea. So maybe I'll just set it up somewhere over here. I don't know. This building has yet to be built and is probably not going to be built for a while. Let me just see here. Okay, that's good news. So maybe I'll just build it over here. I'll put like, I don't want to go crazy here. It might be like, I don't know, 5 ovens. Maybe we can start with 5 ovens. I still have to figure out, does 100 pottery bowls fit into 5 ovens? Into one oven, rather? Well, we're about to find out. Okay, so let's see. I'll need a large crate. I only have one empty large crate. What else is in here? Oh, some 60 quality wood. That's the highest quality wood I think we have. All these are full, eh? Like they have just tons of logs. Okay. All right, that's enough. I think one crate is enough. And I'm just gonna make. I don't even know. Should I go for 5? We'll just play it by ear. Let's start with a few ovens. All these windows need to be resized. Okay. So let's bring in enough for 5. So 55 bricks. And 55 clay. Oh, I'm not close enough. I'm probably going to need a bunch more clay actually for the bowls, right? So let's just take clumps of 40. and just put them in here. Whoops, put them in here. Gonna have to go dig more clay. Let's use the in-game Wikipedia. I'm gonna see how much clay is needed for a pot. Pottery coal. Okay, so it's weighed as half a kilogram. So I'm wondering, it might use that. So let's see, half a kilogram. That's not going to be enough. So let's do a couple more of those clumps. That's probably more than enough, but let's put one more. Okay. All right. So Griffith is going to be doing this. This is going to be pretty monotonous. So at the same time as that, I'm going to have Xander doing stuff as well. So let's see how this goes. Oh, I put way more clay than I needed. Okay, let's actually take the clay first. Let's do 11 clay. Let's just start with one, and as much bricks as I can take. Ooh, I almost can pick up as many bricks as needed. Just one short. Okay, let's do this. And here we go. Oven. It's only 47 bowls in one oven? Well, thanks for that info, Joe. Um, it's Joe, right? Like I'm pronouncing that right. I remember from the last time. Joe Jock. Joe Jock. I'm doing my best. I'm trying. All right. Um, hmm. Yes, good. My top track is this random song from the soundtrack. Oh, you just played the Wurm soundtrack on Spotify. It ruined my year in review. Hmm. Yeah. I don't know. I can't having the music in this game on is just a no-go for me, unfortunately. Okay, so let's as he's going with that, I'm just gonna make sure I got all my prayers in. Well, he did ask a question. I think harvest lemons. Actually, I'm wondering if 1 o'clock time is off. It says lemons are harvestable in 4 in-game weeks. Okay, so that's the Worm Clock calendar, like that app. Yeah, 4 in-game weeks seems pretty far. Okay, I think that was my last prayer today. I also forgot to check food and water. Let's see, do I have any water here? Nope. Okay, that's going. Okay, let's think. What can we do with Xander? So Xander has a couple things he needs to do. The first one is he needs to pick the plants here. There's also about 6 racks that aren't filled, so I was thinking of planting those as well. So that's where we can start with him. Ugh, I just walked all the way over here. Hello, building a stone fence to keep people from getting hurt badly. Okay. This seems random. I wonder, Ariana, are you in the stream chat as well? Because I don't recognize your name. Nor do I know which fence you're talking about. Okay. Oh, okay, it's Dragon Sky. Okay. Nice. So you are here. So that's very nice of you to build that fence. I do know that that's an issue. Falling off of high places. All right. So here we go. We'll pick up all of these herbs. that I have here planted. I'm gonna plant the rest of the pots. Now with tea, I'm wondering if it's any type of herb. Like, could I just use thyme or sage or whatever? Okay, 200. Yeah, 201 dirt's high. Yeah, you can get really hurt off of falling that from that height. Although it probably wouldn't kill you, but you'd get stuck at the bottom there. I was like researching. I've never done the beverage grind, um, and so it seems as though tea is the best way to do it. And if we look up the Wurmpedia, and just look up tea. Whoops, tea. Yeah, let's move this over here so I can open up the next one. What's that one? Okay, so here you go. It says put a chopped camellia or chopped herb and water into a pottery bowl or cauldron, cook in a fire. Okay. So 47 isn't that many. Does more fit into a forge? Like that seems kind of weird. 47. I wonder if there's something about the volume container page. Okay, container page. Let's see how an oven compares to a forge. Okay, so volume of a forge seems to be 525. Okay, got to get these guys going first. Let's see. Volume and size. Yeah, but I don't know if size determines the amount of stuff that can fit in it. I think size determines its size, its physical dimensions. Let's see, oven. It's 423. Huh. So then does it make more sense to do this in forges? What's going on here? This is a little bit messed up, yeah? Something's... Oh, okay. Pottery or metal bowl. It'll tell me how many can fit. I'm not using it. Okay, so 58 will fit into a forge. That's interesting. That pottery bowls seem to be quite large. Okay, I think I'll just stick with the ovens. My skill is so low, and I'm pretty sure that the forge will increase the difficulty, if I'm not mistaken. Let's go back to the tea page. My inventory is full. Okay, put a chopped camellia or some type of chopped herb and water in a pottery bowl or cauldron. The camellia or chopped herb's quality and beverage skill affects the quality of the tea made. Before cooking the tea, lemon juice or milk can be added as well as one of sweetener, blah, blah, blah. The use of chopped herbs results in mint tea. Okay, but does it matter how much water you put in? Is it like with food where you need a certain amount of water depending on the weight of the other stuff? We'll have to find that out. You think it does? Okay, so like I have to like have a measuring jug with the right amount of liquid. It seems like a lot of like finicky stuff. Like all cooking is like this, but I'm trying to think of like the optimal way to fill bowls. We'll have to just play around with it a little bit. Okay, where was I? I finished the 4th rack. I'm on the 5th rack. Okay. Yeah, so they'll tell you how much water you need to use. Okay. Measuring jugs are useful, yeah. I'm wondering, like, if I have a massive stack of measuring jugs, could I just take from water and just drag over to the top of the stack, and it'll like fill all the measuring jugs, or do I have to like one at a time drag the water in? It's not as finicky, but lasts long. Okay, I just made a potato vodka. Oh, right. Okay, potato vodka and distilled it for Beverage's skill. It lasts longer. Can you make like a lot of those? Like, can you just like similar to pan filling is what I'm envisioning here with tea making. That's sort of like the thought that I'm going to. See, I've never done this before. I've never done beverage making. So, yeah, you can do it with tea. And I've never used a still, and I've never done any of the alcohol or anything like that. So, like, is there like some optimal way to do vodka where you're like just massive amounts of skill happening all at once? Or is like tea the way to go for that? Whoops. Where was I? Because if tea's the way to go for that, I think I'm going to go for tea. Because I kind of want to get quick skill here, you know? Like, I want to just fill up a whole bunch of pots and hit the go button, and next thing I know, I look at my skill and it's way up there. And I'm not looking for crazy skill here. I'm looking maybe to try to grind it to 50 or so. That'll probably be enough. Once you set a measuring jug to a certain volume, it stays that setting until you change it. Yes. I've also seen people fill their measuring jugs with like small things to sort of adjust the quantity of the water. The only thing I'm just thinking of is that I'm going to have to drag the water into the measuring jug, then I'm going to drag it again into the pot, into the bowl. And then I'm going to have to repeat that over and over again. And that I'm going to see if I can avoid because if that's the way that I'm going to have to fill things, it's going to go real slow. Distilling vodka is hands-free. You make unfermented, wait for it to ferment in a barrel, then you put the fermented vodka in a still and set it on fire. It's just lots of waiting around doing other things. Right, like, but is there a way to mass produce that, you know, like to, let's say, get 50 skill in a day, let's say? Or would you need like hundreds of stills and, you know, no, not in a day. Like, I'm kind of like, I'm in, if you've ever done any pan filling before, you know, where you can get into a rhythm where you're like filling thousands and thousands of pans, like, you know, just like that. And then once they're all filled, you know, you light up all the forges, turn on your sleep bonus, and boom, 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 and your skill is 50. You know what I mean? Kind of hoping to just fill up a whole bunch of, um, you know, pottery bowls here. Let's see. Where am I? Okay, I finished this forge, this oven. That's where I am. And I'm just gonna make another oven here. Although that's gonna create 5 ovens. That's okay. Let's create 5 ovens. Yeah, it still only holds 18 kilograms of liquid. Try first put herb in bowl and after fill the rest of the volume with water. Maybe does this work? I don't think so. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Okay, let's pick. I'm just gonna put the rest mint. Let's just do, and that way we can do mint tea over time. So I think this is the next pot here. And this is gonna go a little bit slower, but let's see. Do I have a plant button? Let's make this my plant button. And let's do it like this. Okay, there we go. Now it's a little bit more relaxed. And here I'm making a bunch of ovens. So let's just do this one and then cancel the rest. Let's take this and put it over here. Let's put this into the, there we go. Okay, and is this giving me skill? Because if it's not good skill, I'm going to turn off my... Oh yeah, this is giving me big skill ticks. Why didn't it start though? I'm pressing the wrong button. There we go. Yeah, so in terms of the herb in the bowl and then fill the rest with water, I'm pretty sure that when you put the herb in the bowl, what's going to happen is it's going to say something like you need 20 grams to 30 grams of water. Like it'll tell you like specifically how much water you need for the particular ingredients that you put into the bowl. I've seen people do this where they'll take a measuring jug and they'll set it to the right measurement, and then they'll put like a potato and a corn in there. And then that way when they pour water into the measuring jug, it brings the exact right amount of water that they need. But then they pull the water into the measuring jug and then they pull from the measuring jug into the bowl, and they repeat that process over and over again. So I'm going to do a bit of testing here. We'll see. We'll figure it out together. So one thing I'm going to try is I'm going to make a bunch of measuring jugs, maybe like 5, like just as a tester. And then I'm going to see if I can, if dragging water from a barrel or something to the stack of measuring jugs, will it fill all the measuring jugs up? Because if that happens, that'll save a lot of time. You think it'll only tell you if you get it wrong or something? I mean, I'm familiar with the way that the food works. So you make, let's say, a pizza, you fill up all the ingredients, and then it'll say you need a certain volume of, like you'll need a certain volume of passata sauce, and it gives you a range, right? So what I don't want to have to do is every single time I'm making another bowl of tea that I have to figure out the range and adjust it. I want a system where it's like the measuring jug is all set up to have exactly the right amount of liquid, right? Yes, exactly. So it's the same amount for a given recipe every time. So I'm hoping that that's going to happen. What's happening here? I don't need any more of that. Let's put some clay in here. Whoa, 45 clay. I don't need that many. Actually, you know what? I'm making a lot of forges, so let's put in the clay. Okay, where am I here? Much more. Yeah, and I'm getting pretty decent gardening ticks here. I know this is not the optimal way to get my gardening skill up, but Xander's a priest, and so he can't improve in order to get skill. And what that means is I can't imp, what are those things called? Trellises. You know, improving trellises is the fastest way to get gardening up. And I'm hoping I don't end up regretting this in the long run. I'm hoping I don't regret making Xander the gardener. And what I really hope is that over time I can just keep doing this. Planting and picking, planting and picking. And over time, his gardening skill will go up. It seems to be going okay, right? Like just now, I think I had like a tiny bit of gardening skill, like 0.04 or something like that. Because I did a little bit of picking some flowers earlier, but I think that if I just keep doing this, like I'm getting quite a bit of skill here. You know, if I do this every day. Okay, so Ivy's saying, more Wurm math than I ever knew existed. Let's look at this. This page provides a rundown of the physics of the Wurm world. Below are sections individually designated for the various elements of these physics. Okay. Yes. I have seen this before. See, I don't know if Ivy knows that I'm streaming. Yeah, I know a lot of. I remember this was a forum post. A lot of these images came from a forum post that was. It was either Yaga or. Can't remember. Was it Yaga who made them? Yeah. It's a lot of. Yeah. This. Like trying to figure out like the height in meters of a certain slope. You know, like if it's 30 slope, how high is that? But in the end, like there's quick calculations for most of the things that you're interested in knowing. Like for example, one thing that everybody should know is that the first story of a house is exactly 33 slope. This is like super important if you want your buildings to level up with like the ground. So like you're building a building up high so that it meets some kind of cliff or something like that. So you can build a bridge that's perfectly flat. If you know that the first story is 33 slope and every story above that is an additional 30, then you can just sort of like calculate precisely what slope you need. Hey Hashem, what's going on? Hey, I fixed the camera. Yes, I did fix the camera. You know, I fixed the camera, but it's at a cost. So I figured it was due to NVIDIA broadcast. So I had my camera getting fed into NVIDIA broadcast, and then NVIDIA broadcast into OBS. I tried everything. I tried like all the different plugs and everything like that. For those of you who didn't know, it's like a few streams ago, my camera was like flickery. Couldn't figure out how to fix it. I just took NVIDIA broadcast out of the equation, so now it's just from my webcam straight into OBS, and voila, no more flickering. So that was it. Okay, what did I do here? I don't need this one anymore. I'm putting them into here. So 40 is approximately 1 square unit, or like 45-degree angle. What do you mean by 1 square unit? Hey, Rippins. How's it going? It's been a while. Horizontally. I mean, in any case, this I'll open window. Yeah. This window here, this gives a lot of like of these types of pieces of information, right? In case you're interested. Although here's where I actually kind of want to know this stuff here, particularly for the seasons of like harvest seasons. Although I don't know if this is going to tell me harvest seasons. Okay, it's just saying that, worm time goes 8 times faster than real life Earth. Um, no, nothing about the harvest. Okay, here's some harvests. We're waiting for lemon, which is happening in the week 2 of Ravenstar Fall. That doesn't sound like it matches up with. Um, let's take a peek at the actual. I want this side by side, so I'm gonna open up the browser for a second. Give me a second here. I'll go to calendar. Okay, so this page comes directly from the. Let me see if I can bring this in. One more second. I'm just gonna queue up. You know what? Let's just turn this off for a second. I'll queue up these ones, and then we'll look at this. Okay, so on the Wurmpedia page, it says lemons is in the 2nd week of Ravenstar Fall. Oh yeah, there it is. 2nd week of Ravenstar Fall. Right. Currently, oranges are just started. Oranges just started in season. Okay, so it's 2 more days. Okay, so fire. This is the 4th week of fire. So what is it now? Slash time. Week 2 of the Starfall of Fires. That doesn't make sense because oranges just started. Or is it blueberries just started? Because that would make more sense. Week 2. Hey, Buddha. How's it going? Yeah, time goes 8 times as fast in Wurm. Yes. The length across one plot or square in height. Like when you say plot, do you mean tile? Like one tile? The length across one tile in height is 40. 40 what, though? I can't imagine you mean 40 meters. I'm pretty sure the length across one tile is 4 meters. Oh, it's 40 slope. Huh. Okay. I'm trying to think of how that would ever be needed in construction of any kind. One dirt is 10 centimeters. Okay. Okay, or dirts, but building floors are slightly smaller. Okay, blueberries are. Hey, Ivy. Blueberries are harvestable currently. You just pick some. Okay, cool. Yeah, I did grab a blueberry. I did notice one. I bumped into one and I noticed it was harvestable. I forgot to turn my sleep bonus back on. Should go eat something. This is okay. So if blueberries are just harvestable, we are in week 2 of fire. So then to get to lemons, we're going to need to wait 4 more days. Okay. So it's a little bit longer than I had thought originally. Oops. A little bit longer than I had thought. where's my mint? Pull more mint here. Let's get Griffith going. Yeah, I'm just thinking, like, in terms of the dirts and like how big things are, I almost feel like it only matters for if you're trying to line things up vertically. Like I often run into the situation where I want, the top of the ledge of the wall to meet up with some other ground area so I can put a flat bridge between them. That's like one situation that we kind of need to know the height of stuff. But then I don't do it in centimeters. I just figure out how many slope tall is a wall, and I do it all in terms of slope. Okay, which one am I in? I'm in Fennel 1. I'm gonna have to rename all these. I think that this one, okay, this one still needs. So let's just do this one next. Building floors are, I think, 33 to 36 high, something like that. Yeah, it's like the first wall from the ground to the top of the first wall is 33. And then it's an additional 30 for each story above that. And I think that the extra 3 are due to the floor, right? Like there's like the floor on the first floor that adds an extra. I'm not sure why that first floor adds an extra 3 slope, but the next floor doesn't. I guess the next floor is sort of sitting inside the first roof. I don't know. I don't know how it's constructed. Oh, what did I do? I need to do bricks now. Right, walls are 30, floors are 3, but the floors overlap with the wall. Right. So like all the other ones, only the bottom one counts as the extra 3. Right. Yeah. And like I'm just trying to think, like, is there any other reason why we would need to know the height of a slope besides that? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's like a foundation. So back to what I'm doing here. I'm feeling like currently I'm getting myself into uncharted territory. I'm like playing around with a lot of systems that I've never really played around with before. For example, just doing this, the picking of these herbs, I honestly did not do any of this before. I kind of remember having a few pots, like, and by few I mean like maybe 7, and that was like my whole garden, 7 pots. And I thought I was going strong, and then I watched Willow do this, and it was like, okay. And she didn't even have it set up like this. She had them all overlapping each other. I can show you in a second. She had it all overlapped so that there was like, I don't even know how many of these planter racks there were. And she was getting yields like, like the amount of stuff in this bin here, like the 2400 lovage and the nearly 2000 thyme. And I was like, oh, okay, so that's how it's done. All right, so let's do it. And I mean, I'm just planting. I'm getting pretty decent skill. And I'm pretty sure it can go faster if I improve, but I'm like, I'm good. I'm good to just do this. Yeah, if I wanted to make a ramp at some angle, I'm not sure if you'd ever be in the situation where you wanted a particular angle. Because like you would want a ramp just to make sure that you get up to a certain height, and you can all measure that in just in slopes. Yeah, convert everything into slopes, and I think that works out the best. But I think that I remember when Yaga was making that worm this thing. He made a post on the forums which had a lot of this information in it, and a lot of these images came from that forum, like this one here. I remember distinctly this one, which measured the height of a Wurm player. And it took great lengths to make sure that the measurement was accurate. Where was that other image that was there? It was this image, right? So this is how he did it. He dug a slope so that the observer was exactly in line with the base of the thing to take this image, to take these images, and this particular image here. That way, you wouldn't be worried about whether or not, like if you're measuring something but you're looking down onto it, then it won't give you an accurate reading. You kind of have to be looking at it from straight on. And the detail that he went into was pretty impressive. Anyway. Okay, and here's that calendar image, right? Right, Yaga. And he's the one who makes the worm clock. Oh, Griffith is done on that oven. Let's keep going with this one. And let's just make sure. So I'm in 4. Did 3 get filled? Yeah, 3 is here, and that has mint. Did 2 get filled? Okay, 2 is the rosemary. Okay, so 4, and I did 5, right? Yeah. And I need to do one more because that one didn't survive. And so now fennel 1 got. Okay, I went ahead and I missed one, so I came back. Fennel 2 did not. Okay. Now, the other thing I was wondering, like I'm still in debate mode. Who to grind beverage making on? Do I grind it on Xander here, or do I grind it on Griffith? One piece to consider is who's using up more sleep bonus. And I just regenerated Griffith's sleep bonus. His sleep bonus had been riding really low for a long while. But then we just went away recently. Now Xander hasn't really been using his sleep bonus as much as I'd liked him to. I really did want to push his channeling. I gotta make a decision here. And I know the beverage, if it's gonna go the way I think it's gonna go, I'm not gonna be using up all that much sleep bonus for the beverage making. So I think that doesn't really matter then. So what matters here? Let's see. There's also the chopping. The chopping needs to be done. So I wonder if I chop on Griffith and fill with Xander? Or does that matter? Can I chop and fill at the same time? All these are questions I'm going to have to figure out. And no doubt I'm going to make a decision and then regret it later, thinking, oh, I should have done it this other way. That's okay. We'll figure it out. Oh, too busy. Okay, let's see here. Mint. Just take the rest of the mint. I'll just plant it all because it'll start returning quickly. Oh, I need more bricks. think I only got one action going there. So let's go back here. Yeah. So I hope everybody's doing well. My hope is that today will be just like a nice chill stream where, I mean, unfortunately, it's just going to be action bars today. I'm not going to be out and about. But my hope is that I can fill up these ovens with the pottery bowls and then get to a round or two of making tea and just like experimenting with that and figuring it out. So we'll see how that goes. Yeah, my brain is just going with all these questions about the process of tea making. I still don't quite have it in my mind. Like my sense is that it's going to be a little bit harder than pan filling. How many racks do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4 more racks. That's 120 pots. I'm not going to be able to fill it with mint. So let's put something else in there. See, I do have... Like, am I right when it said any herb? So like I literally can use any herb to make tea. Let's just pick one that I have low amounts of. Parsley? I think I have parsley in the other bin. So I'll go get some parsley. Right after this is done. All right, and just in case that fails. Okay, so that can go back in there. I'm going to turn off my sleep bonus. Oh yes, you got a barrel of rosemary tea that gives you wood cutting affinity. Oh, nice. So can that give you like good length affinity timers? Okay, so I got some here. Let's put them in the satchel so I can carry a lot more. And I needed 120, so that should be good. No, not really. It's only 34 quality. Okay, but is it can you get good affinity timers from tea? I kind of remember reading somewhere that tea had a hard time giving affinity timers. I can't remember why. Like the complexity of the teas are limited. Like it did say you can put sweetener in there, but then there's like, it doesn't seem like there's that many variation where you can just keep dumping in a whole bunch of different stuff. Because it's not only about quality, right? Like you can have high quality food that's not really good affinity timers. On the flip side, you can have low quality food. You can have 30 quality food where one bite fills everything, you know, and gives you massive affinities. It has a lot more to do with the number of ingredients that went into the thing, into the product, and the number of actions that was performed on each one of those ingredients. So you never made high quality tea. I know you can get amazing timers from booze. Okay. See, I've never done any beverage making, but I have read that there was some issue with like trying to get the right affinity. It was either trying to get the right affinity or that there was not enough variation to allow you to have long timers, or I can't remember exactly what it was. Sometimes you can get stuck unable to get the affinity that you want. Okay, yeah, because there's not enough like variation in the ingredients to add the right number of I don't even know what to call it. Okay, so if I need anything particular herb-wise, you can look at the mystery stores. Okay, thanks, Ivy. Mostly I'm doing this for skill. So I'm not really doing it for anything particular that I need. I do want to get my gardening skill up. That's one goal on Xander he's working on. Gardening and forestry. And natural substances, of course. Those are the ones that are going to be important for the making of the transmutation liquid. At least the forestry and the natural substances. The gardening is something more I'm just interested in. I was interested in it, like these pottery planters and everything and getting everything fixed up. Okay, yeah, the variety. That's what I thought. The variety of it's like the variety of the ingredients is limited. Like the way that it seems to work is to get the particular affinity that you want. Like each item has a number associated with it, and that number just gets added. So I put a parsley in there. Parsley has a number. I don't know what the number is off the hand, but let's just say it was 16. And let's say if I chopped it, it adds an extra 2, so now it's 18. And then I put in like another ingredient that has another number, and it just keeps adding, right? And once, like however many skills there are in the game, each skill gets a number. And that number is different for each individual. So like for me, 72 might be weaponless fighting, but for Griffith, 72 might be, blacksmithing or whatever. Like every skill gets a number. And there's so many skills in the game, so it goes from 1 to 120, whatever it is. And as you're putting in the ingredients have a number that keep getting added, and that number, whatever it lands on after all the ingredients are put in, that's the skill it's going to give you. So that's how it works. And of course, once you get past the 120, however many skills there are, let's say it's 127, once you go above 127, it just cycles back to 1, right? So it keeps pushing it through this. So like I remember going to a Impelong, and they had prepared all these dumplings. Each dumpling had a number, and that number indicated, what skill it would be. And so they just made one of every number possible, which I thought was pretty cool. And they just put them in the larder and numbered them all. And that way, like all you would have to do is know what number would give you the skill that you wanted. And then you would just take a bite of that one. So you have some 92 quality red wine that's about the same affinity timer with the 34 quality tea. Probably also because wine doesn't have many ingredients. Yes, yeah. Yeah, the affinity timer has nothing to do with the quality. Right? Like you can make a super high quality meal, and all that would take is high quality ingredients and high skill. But if your meal just takes one vegetable and one meat, it's going to give you low timers. The ones that give you, and low CCFP as well. The meals that give you the highest timers and the highest CCFP. Hey, IFE, thanks for the follow. The ones that are going to be the highest timers and highest CCFP are the ones that have the most ingredients and the most actions done on each of the ingredients. Like this is why pizza is the one that people like making, is, well, aside from the fact that there's online tools to help you with pizzas, but pizzas can take a lot of ingredients, and each ingredient can be chopped. It also can take sausages as one of the ingredients, and sausages come from bladder that you fill with breadcrumbs and minced meat and animal fat. and each one of those things adds more, complexity. And then you can add multiple sausages, right? So each sausage adds a whole bunch of complexity, and then you can add lots of sausages. Okay, there's one more forge here, one more oven. I keep calling them forges. We'll just try with 5. We'll see what happens with 5, and if 5 is going well, I might expand. Yeah, and Ivy, in terms of the herbs, I'm pretty feeling good about the amount of herbs in here. I'm only kind of going for like 50-ish beverage making, at least for now. This is particularly to create the transmutation liquid. So I'm going to have to juice all the lemons. And my hope is that the juice is coming out at high quality. And I think my aim is going to be 50. I'm going to try to get my forestry up into the 50. My aim is 50. Let's just we'll see how well I hit my aim, but I'm going to aim for 50. Another thing I might need to go find is a bigger olive forest. I went around our neighborhood, which used to be a pretty good olive forest, but because olives are a pain in the butt, olive trees, we got rid of a lot of them, and we replaced them with other trees. And while there's still a decent number of olive trees left in our area, it's not enough. So I picked as many as I could, and I only got my skill to 29 from 17. So I went from 17 to 29, which was like a good amount. But there's not enough here to bring it to 50. So I'm wondering if, whoops, why is that working? Pressing the wrong button. I'm wondering if there's like an olive tree forest somewhere, maybe on Cadence or something, that has just so many olive trees that be way more than I could handle. Also, orange trees are coming into season, so I know that there's at least one orange tree forest. Hey, Zetrin, what's going on? Yeah, you think with pieces nearly endless, and Buddha, your go-to is mountain goulash. Tons of ingredients, and it's a liquid. Interesting. And Perigi says, shove 7 sausages into a pizza. It's going to give some mad timers regardless of quality. Yeah, exactly. Mountain goulash. I probably, that's not one of the ones that you start with, like a... Oops, that's not right. Where is it? Here, cooking. I don't even have goulash. I'm going to have to go look that one up. Are olives up? Yes, olives are almost over. Olives are right near the end. Olives and blueberries just started. Olives might have till tomorrow, potentially. Not exactly sure. Oops. Yeah. You have an olive grove I could pick. It's on the south end of Harmony. Okay. Is it like a ton of trees, or is it like a personal grove? Let's take a look at. Oops, here. Harmony. No, you guys live down somewhere. I keep forgetting. 200 to 300 trees. It's not bad. That. Yeah, that should be good. S22. Let's see. Somewhere over right on this little peninsula here. It's on the west coast of the peninsula. Okay. All right. I might head over there. We'll see how things go here. Last bricks. Okay, cool. So that's one thing I can do with Xander while trying to figure something out over here with Griff. Because he's gonna need to make a bunch of bowls. So 47 times 5. He's gonna make 235 bowls. That's not that many bowls. Like I'm thinking I'll probably expand to like 4 times that, like to get in the vicinity of 1,000 bowls. We'll see. We'll see what 47 or sorry 5 ovens worth of bowls does. How many frying pans does an oven? Does an oven take 5 frying pan or 100 frying pans? Hold on, let's see. Container. Is there frying pans here? Fillet. No. Seeds. Pottery jar or frying pan. Okay, pottery jar and frying pan is the same. So an oven. Yeah, 100 of those. That's what I had thought. Okay. So Xander needs to finish planting these. I think there's one more planter after this, if not 2. Yeah, so 5 forges is 235 bowls. Let's see, 7 times 47. Let's just start with this. If it works fine, if it's going well, and I feel like I need to expand, then I'll expand. We'll do a round. We'll see what 235 bowls does for skill. You know, we'll play it from there. Not quite 250 yet. 235, I think. 47 times 5. Yeah, 235. I'm also curious to know what my creation quality on the clay bowls are. My pottery skill is not terrible. It's not amazing. Let's see. Pottery is 59. So that's not bad. But then I think it's 20% of that, right? Times 0.2. So there'll be 11 or 12-ish quality. When they come out. I don't know if I want to imp 235 bowls. So I think we'll leave it like that. Okay, so let's place these in a nice sort of way. Let's make sure this is going. And where am I? I'm on fennel 4. So I got 2 more racks to go. Ugh, didn't work. Shh. That's my son, if you guys can hear him. Can you guys hear my son? You guys able to hear that? He's playing some game. I think Genshin Impact, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, you're not, he's saying. He's not playing Genshin Impact. Do it like this. Then if I had to guess, he's probably playing Roblox. That's his go-to. Is this going to be too far? Yeah, I'll have to reposition all these. This is going to clip right through the wall. Yep, right through the wall. Okay, so let's move this over a little bit. I can't place it in this, like... Okay. Okay, pull. 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 Let's do that 2 more times after I cue these up. Okay, that's not bad. Place right here. Okay. And let's just make this one right next to here. All right. It's a good start to a pan filling station. Of course, I will need to build the building around it, but this is a good start. Okay, so let's take some more clay. That's a good amount of clay. Doesn't fit together, so I only need one of these. Oh. And bowl. All right, let's see. What does it come out as? Did I fail? What? I have a 98% chance I failed on the first one. Okay, so it's almost 11. That's exactly what I calculated it to be. I had calculated it to be 11.8. So that's not terrible. And again, I don't know if I want to go through improving 235 of these. Like even one improving action on each bowl, 235 times 12 would be 3,000 seconds. So that's 60. That'd be 47 minutes. One improving action on each bowl would be 47 minutes. Right? Like, and I saw somebody who was like wanting to buy, was it 1,500 frying pans at 20 quality? Right? 1,500 frying pans at 20 quality, which would require, like, unless you're at 100 blacksmithing, it would require you to make the frying pan and imp it at least once. So I suppose that if you have all the material already, like you have all the iron, that's a lot of iron. Well, let's suppose you have it all, right? 1,500, that would need 4,500, something like 5,000 iron you would need. And then you would need to create it, right? So that action is probably something like 15 seconds to create. I don't know exactly how much it is. Let's base it off of this. How many seconds? Oh, it's only 7 seconds to make this. So let's just make it a nice even 10 seconds. And you're making 4,500. And that is 750 minutes. That's 12 and a half hours just to create them. 12 and a half hours to create 1,500 frying pans. Was it for a frying pan duel tournament? No. It's for pan filling. So, Metal Aggression, how's it going? You made 1,000 frying pans once. Yes. I have also made 1,000 frying pans before. I made more than that. Quite a bit more than that, actually. I just kept expanding my thing, but it started with 1,000, and then I kept expanding. It takes a while. I might have calculated that wrong. Let's say, okay, 10 seconds, 40. Oh, I did calculate that wrong. It was 10 seconds and it was 1500. It was actually calculated. Okay, so 1500 divided by 60, divided by 60. Okay, so that's 4 hours. 1500 frying pans is just over 4 hours if it's 10 seconds per timer. And that's just creation quality. If you want to go through and imp it again, there's another 4 hours. Like imping each frying pan once. I remember after I had finished making the frying pans, I started imping them once. Like I started going through them, and I was just got partway through, and I was like, no, I'm not going to do this anymore. They're just going to stay creation quality. 10 seconds would be a guess. Yeah, I know. It's like it's got to be somewhere in there. Even with high blacksmithing, the creation action isn't quick. And you could get your imping actions pretty low. Like if you have 100 WA on all your tools, you can get your imping actions below 6 seconds. So that can cut that in half. So if 1,000 pans, let's say 1,000 pans, and it's 10 seconds each, that's just under 3 hours for 1,000 pans. And then you could probably do one imp on them each in about an hour to an hour and a half if you have high WA tools. So it's not short. And then this guy was asking for it to be like he was wanting to buy 1,500 pans at 20 quality for 10 silver, and I was thinking nobody's gonna take that. Nobody's gonna take that. 10 silver, and this is hours. It'll take hours. And even if your skill is high, it's going to take hours and hours and hours. And I should keep on this. I'm wondering if I should open up my Wurm assistant so that I can hear when Griffith is done. Yeah, like an all-day task, exactly. Yeah, and if you have that high skill, 10 silver is not going to entice you. Like I remember when I was a fresh newbie, like within the first months of playing this game, I was hired by somebody to create. I think it was to create 100 small rafts. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was 100 small rafts, and I did hear the Xander bling. And our skills are low. I might have had 15 shipbuilding skill or something like that. And I got Brian to help me. We had this massive assembly line going. And the guy gave us, I think it was like 14 silver. And with the two of us going at it, it took like a day and a half. Something like that. Like with a really, really low skills, We had really low skills. We just started playing. We hadn't really built a ship. And then we tried to do the whole thing where we improve our skills by imping ores. But we were so new that we didn't really get that far in that. We didn't really know what it takes to get your skill up at that point. And so, but we got through it. We made the 100 small rafts. This was well before crates were introduced to the game. So, what people would do is they'd fill their entire boat up with 100 small rafts. And that was the way you carried around stuff back then. Yeah, thinking back to those days, man, I don't know how we got anything done. Right? Like there was no crates. So let's say you were digging. Let's say you're doing a digging project and you had dirt everywhere. Well, there was no wagons, so you have a large cart, and that large cart could carry 7 rafts, and each raft can carry 40 dirt. That was the numbers, I'm pretty sure. So filling up the large cart would be 280 dirt. And not only that, you'd be like, your character could only carry so much dirt. Let's say you can carry 7 or 8 dirt. At least this was my memory, but from when we were, new players, we had built up a little bit of skill. And you're like, you could only move 7 or 8 dirt at a time. And you're doing like into the rafts, filling up the whole thing. And then you bring it over to the bulk storage bin. I think you could take all 40 and dump it into the bulk storage bin that was there. Yeah. That's how it was back then. Everything done in rafts. And to this day, I really like the raft cart as a means for carrying stuff. You know, having a cart with 7 rafts in it is like it's better than having 2 large storage units. The large storage units did sort of help a little bit. I remember when they added those, and I almost feel like I had complained enough about the cart problem. And by problem, I mean every one of my workshops, every single one, I'd have a forge or 2 forges, and I'd have a large cart and a bunch of bulk storage bins. That was my like setup. And every time everybody would wonder like, why do you have a large cart there? And so I'd open up my large cart, and you'd have the 7 rafts, and you'd open up each raft, and one of them would have 10, backpacks in it. One of them would have a whole bunch of other stuff. Like it would just be like tons, so much stuff in there, tools and weapons, and like people would use coffins, but to me, a coffin is super small. Like maybe you can fit a couple backpacks into a coffin. I don't know exactly what the. Oh, you know who would know? Is this list? Where's a coffin? Coffin. Is backpacks one of the things up here? Small barrel. Okay, so let's say coffin. A coffin can fit 11 small barrels. I don't know how many. Okay, here's how we can do it. I know that a small raft is one here. Okay. A small raft can carry 10 backpacks. So let's see. Let's do it in cotton. So a small raft can carry 16 cotton. No, 16 small barrels. Okay, so small raft can carry 16 small barrels. Whereas a coffin can carry only 11 small barrels. Okay, so one coffin is smaller than one small raft, and a large cart can fit 7 small rafts. Right, so that's sort of like the volume that I needed for the amount of stuff I had. And I found that like one large cart was like good enough. It held just enough. Okay, so where am I here on this? I still need to keep making these, and I'm not listening to the cues. Okay, so I don't know if Zetrin, if she's still here. I'm gonna send my priest over. It'll take a while though. Yeah. Yep, there you are. All right, I'm just gonna get them ready though. I'm gonna have to bring a few things. All this moldy pizza. See, I wish I haven't quite gotten around to making him forestry food. I didn't do my due diligence. Okay, and then I'm just gonna sacrifice this olive that I got. I do need to make some food, like just also filling food. Maybe that's another thing I can do after. We'll make like a beverage pizza for Griffith before getting going on this. Okay. Um, let's see here. Do I want to do the whole thing where I bring a whole cart? Let's see here. What is Xander's taming skill? Probably nothing, right? Where is it? Under nature. Animal taming. 1. 1.65. Awesome. All right. I'll just bring the hell horse cart then. That way I won't need to tame anything. Let's put there's my crate I was looking for. Okay, let's put these crates here. And I think I have a bunch of olives and stuff here. Let's put those in here. And blueberries can go. Sprouts. Flowers. Okay, so this already is loaded with stuff, so it has some water. And a tent and the festive bedroll. I am going to take a slice of pizza. Let's just take Griffith's mining because it's the one that I haven't what's it called? I haven't damaged it yet. Okay, let's put that in the food bin. Let's see, there's got to be something else here that's not too damaged. Okay, let's just take that. I think that's good. Like this is like a good in a barrel. Sorry, like all like this cart here is all ready to go. I'm hoping that the fact that let's see, Xander has all the permissions, so he should be okay on that cart, right? When it goes over to the other server. I'm gonna bring some cotton. Just in case. And I think I might just steal Griffith's weapon. Yeah. Let's... Oh! No! Don't hit it. Okay. Hell horses are great, but they're such a pain. Okay, here we go. That should be good enough, because Xander's fight skill is terrible. I'm still working on it. I'm just gonna mend this. I actually, at first, I really hated the change to mend. Oh, I need a magic chest for skill food. Yeah. What's my priest name? My priest name is Xander. Spelled right here. Xander. I do need a magic chest for food. Yeah. I have been thinking about getting one. Staff will not fit. Oh my gosh. I have to unequip that one. Okay. Let's just do that. Okay. I think that's good. Am I missing anything? Let's see, I got water. And I'm jumping all around here. I think I got everything. Let's just go. Oh, one other thing is going to happen is when I get down there, I'm not going to have permission on these hell horses. I don't think. So let's put these clay bowls in here for a second. Put this into here. Let's just go down. Okay, I need to passenger, then just okay. So here's where I'm trying to figure out. These hell horses are currently branded to this deed that Griffith is a part of. Xander is not a part of this deed. So like if I take Xander, for example, whoops. Let's take Xander. And I try to come over here and take off the equipment, he doesn't have permission to it. It says you can't reach that. Okay, because he doesn't have permission to remove the equipment on this animal. Even though, actually, you know what? Can I give him permission? Xander, let's see what happens if I give him permission. Xander. And apply changes. Okay, I can unequip all. Okay. My next concern would be what happens once I cross servers? Oh. When I get ready, Adam. What am I getting ready for? And good luck. I have aggressive fighting at 24 is about. Should be fine. It should be fine. Xander should be fine. He has half decent armor and now a half decent weapon. So he should be fine. Okay, I guess we'll find out. We'll find out what happens. And did Griffith... I'm just going to put these in the cart. Put these in the cart. Now Griffith doesn't have to go with. Okay, well, we'll just hope everything goes okay. Okay, let's leave him here for a second. And this cart goes 16. That's not so bad. Hey, cat's purr. And that's what Perigi must have been talking about. Hey, cat's purr, what's going on? Thank you so much for that raid. How is everybody tonight? We are currently playing some Wurm Online. We just got invited to go over to Harmony because there's a whole bunch of olive trees there, which are currently in season. And I'm going to use that opportunity. So Zetran has said that he'll let me pick the olives off of the trees that he has in an effort to get my forestry skill up. So I don't know, Katz, if you remember earlier, I was saying my forestry on Xander is only 17. Well, I just went around our area and got it up to 29 just by picking the olives and doing that. And so now that olives are like right on the tail end, I was gonna head over to Harmony where Zetran has offered his olive tree grove for me to come through and just pick. And hopefully it'll be a lot easier going because like our area is really hilly and getting to all the olive trees was like a pain. So hopefully they're all like, lined up, ready to go. Oh, you'll come play somewhere too? Awesome. And what I'm doing on Griffith right now is I'm creating a cooking station specifically to see what it looks like to grind up beverage making skills using a pan filling kind of method. And the hope is I'll get a setup here ready to go and be able to run through one pan filling session at least. And we'll see how that goes. So hopefully we can do both things at the same time. My my wonder. Okay, look, these creature cages are kind of damaged. Okay, so I do have permission to unload these. My wonder is whether or not Xander will have um, the permissions for all this. So let's. I can't mend that. Why can't I mend that? Hmm. Yeah, not all of it yet. Yeah. Beverage skilling is hard to raise, you've heard. Well, we will find out. So, Griff, we got a whole bunch of New World players in the chat. Could you give folks a very brief intro to Wurm? Sure, totally can. Um, so, Wurm is a sandbox MMO. It's probably the best way to describe it. Sandbox meaning um, you get dropped into the world with no instruction on what to do, but a ton of tools in which you can use to gather resources, to shape the world, shape the land. Like you can dig and make the land however you like. You can chop any one of these trees down. Each one of these trees is like an item, like a living thing, and grows over time. You can plant a tree and it'll grow over time, and then you can chop it down and gather the wood. Animals. Currently, they're doing a big animal update to make those a little bit more in depth. The game keeps getting updated and has been updated many, many times over the time that I've been playing. I've been playing this game since 2012, so that's like 9 years now. And back then, I remember thinking, this is great that they keep updating the game. And they just haven't stopped. They keep adding more and more to it. So that's a lot of fun. Let's see here. I gotta unhitch. I'm gonna put these in here. We need alpacas. Yeah. Right. That's another thing. And chat, feel free to chime in here and help me out with some descriptions on how to describe this game. Um, Everything you do, so as Dragon is saying, everything you do gains you skills. So if you chop the tree, each chop that you do, your skill goes up in woodcutting. Mining and digging is all the same. There's a huge, very, very in-depth crafting system in this game. Um, I don't think there's another game like it in terms of how things get crafted. I can demonstrate a little bit for you in a second. Um, Another thing is that almost everything feels a little bit different than everything else. So, like blacksmithing, how you do blacksmithing feels like a little bit different than how you would, let's say, do shipbuilding, let's say, or how you would do, you know, another kind of crafting. Like each kind of thing has its own way and thing to learn about it. So because of that, it almost feels like you can be playing this game for a very, very long time and still feel like you don't quite understand certain elements of the game or that there's still things to learn. Um, I feel like I learn new things all the time about this game, despite the fact that I've been playing for so long. Okay, so I'm loading up these horses into the boat. Let's set sail. And then that'll make it a little bit easier for me to focus on chat once I start moving. Here we go. So let's see what you guys are saying. So it's a world that players take part in changing. You can build mountains and such, and their ships, etc. So Bugard, how's it going? It's so intense. There's food recipes that no one has even done yet, and if you're the first to figure it out, it's named after you. Yes, that is true. The cooking system is super super complicated, to say the least. Hey, hey, Feyran. Does this game have labyrinths? Says the man who created the craziest labyrinth. No, just mazes. Yeah. It's very open-ended, so that there's really no uh, direction or goals other than the ones that you create yourself. So as Feyran's pointing out, Feyran, by the way, is my brother and often streams with me. Um, but a while back, we had created a crazy labyrinth. Um, it was our third labyrinth that we created. So this one was like grand, huge, and story driven, and we designed it specifically to be a permanent mainstay in the game, so people can go to this labyrinth still and participate in it, and get the reward that so that the devs kind of recognize the labyrinth by providing a unique item in the game to any player who completes the labyrinth. It's a crystal ball that you can use as a decorative piece. So yeah, you can join Wurm Online and defeat our labyrinth that we created and get yourself your own unique crystal ball for beating it. It's like these sorts of things in this game that make it super unique of a game. Oh, soon, cats, we're gonna dig all this out, and then I won't have to worry about this Corbita getting stuck everywhere. So yeah, here's the horse market. And right over here is the project we are currently working on. Oh, it looks like you were doing some tree chopping here, Cats. And we're going to be creating. If you've been watching Cats stream, you know what this is going to look like when we're all said and done. It's going to be this grand kingdom we're going to be building here. So yeah. So now I got to figure out where am I heading. I am heading to Harmony, and I'm coming from Melody. So the way that this works is you plot a course, and you can choose which server you want to end up on. Currently on this cluster, on the northern cluster, you can only travel between these three, where this Defiant server is completely separate, and you can only access through portals. So I'm gonna go visit Zetran here, who's in the chat, and he's on Harmony. So I'm just gonna pick Harmony, and that makes it so that any border that I cross will land me on Harmony. So I could exit on the south of Melody and end up on the north of Harmony, but I'm actually going to be heading west off of Melody, and I'm going to be entering Harmony on the west side. Now, Zetran lives right down on this little piece here, this little peninsula. So I kind of want to enter somewhere around the R location, maybe the S. S is probably better. So to do that, so I'm coming out right here. I kind of want to come south to this location here and then head west. So I'm gonna do that. Other west. I meant east. Yeah, the other west exactly. Okay, so lots to catch up on here. Yeah, it was so cool that they did the crystal ball, and they did a whole bunch of other stuff too. Like they put those statues in there that you can use to heal yourself, because there were several areas where you could quite easily get hurt. And so Rippins, you're saying, yep, you played for almost 1.25 years and had to quit, but still a noob. And the highest skills like 32 or less, but who cares? Because the reward is nothing like I've ever felt. The reward of skilling, crazy to say that this is Wurm. Yeah, it is true. This game is super, super rewarding. Ooh, there's a shiny shard. Um, it's a slow grind. The game is quite grindy. A lot of people would characterize it that way, I think, and rightfully so. It does take quite a long time to do anything in this game, but too far away. At the same time, oh, it's on. Oh, it's on your deed. There's nothing like the feeling of completing project that has taken you months or potentially years of working on it. You just get so much satisfaction. And there you are, cats. So Ivy said, smacks the stone coffin on the side, and baby can hold 11 entire small barrels. Yeah, I know that. Okay, you'll help try to guide me in. Okay, Zetrin. Okay, everything wraps around like a Taurus. Exactly. Validate. How's it going? Wondering how you guys feel about nothing happening on 1 year stream release anniversary. No sales, no event, no mention. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I could go on and on about that, but I'm not sure if I will. All I'll say is that I I do feel like in recent months the communication has been a little bit lax. They haven't really been saying much, and my hope is that things change in that department. But what I do know is that the devs are actively working on things. So the animal update came in. Um, there was some feedback from the community, and so the devs took that feedback and they changed a bunch of stuff and did an initial patch like relatively quickly after the first release of it, which was good. The patch wasn't perfect, and there are still issues with the animal husbandry update. And there has been communication from the devs that they're working on fleshing out the system. It seems like it's like more of an in-depth fleshing out, so it's taking a little bit longer. We haven't heard anything really about what it's going to entail or what's involved in that. Um, but I anticipate that we will hear something soon. That's my guess. I mean, in terms of the 1 year Steam release anniversary, honestly, until that post on the forums happened, I didn't think about it. It would have completely passed over my head if nobody said anything about it. So I'm not too concerned about that. And in regards to sales, we have to remember in the whole history of Wurm Online, there has been one sale, and that was the most recent Black Friday sale. I don't expect another sale to happen. Um, yeah, I don't. I can't imagine another sale is going to happen. Yeah, you get used to it, and the reward is awesome. Yeah, like a cave canal, for instance. Yeah, exactly. Like what we just went through there. If you've never played Worm Online, um, that cave canal that's there, that takes a lot of effort to make. Um, you know, potentially it could take up to a month to get through that, depending on how often you play and how much time you put into mining. But each individual tile takes 20 mining actions, or not 20 mining actions, somewhere between 40 and 50 mining actions. So each tile, like each square, takes 40 to 50 mining actions. And each action, depending on your skill, could take more than 10 seconds, maybe 15 seconds. You're probably not going to be doing it as a new player, but right from the get go, when you first log in, a mining action will take 20 seconds. So it feels like really slow. But as you skill up, as you get better, and you get better tools and better things, you can get that mining action to be. Well, I guess it can go down to as low as like 2.5 seconds now. He misses epic convoy. Does Zetran still stream? Misses epic convoys and hardcore grinding. Hear that, Zetran? Yeah, I haven't seen you stream in quite a while. So Rippins, you're saying you own all ships but hate to travel. Hope the feeling of losing your ship has been fixed. Anyways, I own the tallest mountain on Harmony, even if Zetran thinks he does. But a measurement may be in order. as I look into updating my ownerships. That's funny. Oh, you streamed last night? Oh, just not Wurm. Ah, that's what it is. Your mountain is more like a foothill. So the parser, hey parser, how's it going? To be fair, you're probably not going to solo build a canal like that either. I'm trying to think. Ivy, was that most, like, you did most of the mining there. That was almost solo you, right? Invalidate it. I helped make a canal from Heartland starter deed to the open water by my water deep deed. It was fun. Love making highways too, but the canal we made was invention to me. Yeah. I also really like making canals. It's one of the things I did on Xanadu, which is like the largest server. You see one of the, like this server here, Cadence, is 4 times the size of Melody. So if you take a look at, look at Melody. Melody can fit into the corner of Cadence. And then this server, Xanadu, can take 4 cadences. So one cadence fits into the corner, like a corner of Xanadu. Okay, so Xanadu is 16 times the size of the server that we're currently looking at here. And I built a cave canal. Let's see if I can find the location of it. From this inlet here to this spot right over here. I built a cave canal. It went across, it zigzagged down, and a little bit came out over here. And that was like 800 tiles long. And I made it, I want to say, was it 4 or 5 tiles wide? Now, I can't take full credit. I didn't complete it all by myself. I made the whole thing traversable by a Gnar, but it was still like, you know how cave canals can be at the beginning. There's like iron veins here and there, and it's like, it wasn't all dug down deep enough for Corbita to make it through when I stopped working on it. Yeah, exactly. It was by the puzzle deed. So the purpose of making it was that we had our deed at the time when we started making the puzzle labyrinth. Our deed was right over here. And so we had a boat entrance on our deed right there. And the labyrinth, let me see if I can locate where the labyrinth was. Why can't I see the starter deeds on this map? Oh, there's one starter deed. There it is. There's Brock's Landing. Okay, so our deed was over here. We made a tunnel coming out over here, and the labyrinth was right here. Okay, so you can come out, and we did this so that we can bring materials to the labyrinth better. And we could also travel between our deed and the labyrinth without having to go through this mountain range, which was... I mean, there was a path through the mountain range. It was just zigzaggy and all sorts of all over the place. Let's see. This is why I'm going so slow. It's a light breeze. Always seems to be a light breeze. Hey, look, this is where all the animals are. This would be a nice hunting ground for Xander, because it's a lot of like low-level mobs, like rams and donkeys and bison and things. Xander needs to work on his fight skill. Where is this? This is in the south. I'm right over. Where am I? Somewhere. Okay, so this is our. Right. This is our step. Like this step that's down in this area. Or down here. The problem with it is that it's so steep that you can't ride a horse over here. What don't you remember? Piran? Okay, and Dragon, you're saying, also, to me, the grinding, I find it relaxing and meditative. If it gets boring or such, I put on music. I'm similar. I really find that the grinding is kind of relaxing. And I'm often watching a video on YouTube or watching a stream or something like that while I'm playing. The parser, it's on the project list. What did I miss? To be fair, you're probably not going to solely build a canal. Okay, yeah. So building a canal is on the project list. Is that what you're saying? By puzzle deed, yeah. Grinding very relaxing. Yeah, totally. So Feyram, what don't you remember? Making the you didn't do any of the help on that tunnel. I could be wrong about that. You might have helped with some of the veins. But you don't remember like that big massive tunnel that went through this portion here to make it to the, what do you call it? The labyrinth? Well, I'm sure it's still there because the last time I visited it, which was maybe a couple years ago, there was somebody working on it. They were finishing it up, making it, like getting rid of all the veins, making it passable by all the big boats, and that sort of thing. So yeah, cave canal is planned, but you need to build out the facing and lava it over the rock first. So and lava it over to rock first. So is that just to know where it is? Like put the lava... Or are you talking about putting lava over the veins to get them gone? That was something I never got into. I never really... So I did the whole planning of this simply off of the map dump. I didn't go up above to check where I was, and if ever I ran into a deed, I'd just go around it. Flow lava onto dirt to convert it to rock so you can mine a clean entrance. Flow lava onto dirt to convert it to rock. Oh, is that what lava does? I never knew that. So what you're saying is you would get the dirt to be exactly how you want it to be, lava it then turns it to rock, so you can then open it up. I never knew that. That's very interesting. So just a bit for your information. If they ever give you a perk discount, whatever... Okay, that was the server crossing. Right there. So let's... disembark and embark. Okay. There we go. Alright. Yes, and there will be a rift on Melody, on Harmony. When does that rift start? At 5 a.m. our time, I think. 5 a.m. my time, which is Eastern Standard Time. Which I am not going to be able to make. Okay, sorry. If they ever give you a perk discount, whatever, I understand it is not in your time zone, but theirs. Later, after the perk discount is over, they tell you, and you're not able to get it. I'm not sure what you're talking about, Rippins. Perk or discount? You meaning the 50% off back in the day? When was there a 50% off? Don't think there was. Yeah, Nasham, you just normally might know the veins at 1,000 ore per hour, yeah. Okay, so Vergan, I was pretty... Okay. That's interesting. I mean, I always just, you know, did it the old school way. If I needed to, I'd raise the rock with concrete. And then if I couldn't, because the slope was too big, I would just mine that down to make the next tile the entrance. I never knew that you could convert a dirt tile to lava and then that lava to rock. But lava is like a path of... Which path is that? Hate? Power? No. Hate. Let's see. The hard part is getting the lava to flow. Okay, a lava tile comes from lava eruptions, which are extremely rare natural events and happen only on rock tiles, or when created by the follower of path of power. Okay, so it is power. Lava flows downhill, and its path can be changed by terraforming in front of it. Okay. Lava is the most dangerous tile in Wurm. It has the potential to kill in seconds if stood on it. Stay away or expect damage and potential loss of items and corpses. Interesting. I keep forgetting what I'm doing here. The main thing I'm doing is over here, which is making these clay bowls. Let's see. Okay, yes. So it seems like only 47 clay bowls do fit into a forge, which is not very much. But that's okay. And I gotta keep listening for that. So, see, what I did know about lava was that, let's say there's a vein, like an iron vein. If you find the tile up above that is right on top of the iron vein, and you lava it, then the entire iron vein becomes lava, and then when it cools off, it turns to rock, and then you can just mine it out 50 actions as opposed to thousands and thousands. So I never did that. I would do what Esham did, which is just mine out the vein at 1,000 ore per hour or whatever it is, because I never had access to a path of power character. But it looks like level 7 isn't that high. And nowadays you can switch your path, your meditation path, at the token using what do you call it? Using well, they're too new for me to remember the name of it. What is it? Balances. Using your marks. So you can just, I suppose you could just, if you have a level 7 something, you can just switch over to power to get the lava. Marks, yes. Virgin, ironically, I wasn't aware of what it did underground until recently. Oh, okay. Interesting. So you knew about the other thing that I didn't know about. Does that work for reinforced tiles? Can you lava them, then freeze them back into rock? Oh, right, you need to freeze them. But I think you can freeze them with the same path. I don't know about reinforced tiles. I'm pretty sure it's only for veins, though. Oh, hi, Mark. Are you going gray? And hi, Green Scorpion. My name's not Mark. And gray, yeah, I'm going gray. That is happening. I got quite a few extra gray hairs this year from the school year. That's for sure. But I like to think it's going to go salt and pepper, you know? Like, it's going to go salt and pepper. Where I'll get these flecks of gray. No, it will not work on reinforced tiles. Okay, that's good to know. I didn't think it would work on reinforced tiles. You're making me feel old. I've been watching you guys for a long time. It has been a long time, hasn't it? Boy, it's been a long time. We've been streaming Wurm since, I think, our very first stream. I kind of remember it was November of the same year we started this game. So we started in February, March, like end of February, March of 2012. We played a bunch. We were still new, pretty new at the game. So February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October. We might have been playing for 8 or possibly 9 months. And then we started streaming right at the beginning of our very, very first big, well, I shouldn't say it's our very first. We had some small projects as new players, and then we were part of the puzzle puzzle plaza, the puzzle plaza market project. But I wouldn't call it our project. We were just sort of like helping out with it. I mean, it was our project. It was just a group of us. And then Brian and I had all these plans. Like, we're going to go build a kingdom. And then we started streaming at the same time. That was a long time ago. There's a restriction in the notes section. Okay. Let's take a look at that. Lava. I wish that this Wurmpedia window, like if I close it, like I'm on the lava page, right? And I close it and I go to reopen it, the lava page is still there, but then it switches back to the main page. I wish it didn't do that. I wish it just stayed on the page that you were on previously. But it is what it is. Okay, so you're saying it's in the notes. Over time, lava can freeze naturally, but has a smaller chance to spread to neighboring tiles instead. Spreading lava may affect non-rock tiles, such as dirt or grass, changing them to lava as well. When this lava freezes, the tile will become rock, effectively raising the rock layer on that tile. Interesting. Interesting. So that's what Vergant you were saying. Yeah, I'm just going to read this last note. Lava walls and caves act like solid walls and cannot pass through. Also, if you try to mine the wall, it'll give you the message. Okay, so you can't mine the lava. Okay, so you're saying up here somewhere. But where? I read all these ones. Nearby items such as altered vehicles, okay. Erupt cannot be used on a tile next to cave entrance, above an empty mine tile, or above reinforced mine wall. There it is. Okay, so you can't do it on a reinforced mine wall. An erupt tile's northwest corner will become slightly raised. Interesting. Cannot erupt on non-allied deed. When trying, you'll see this message. Some psychological issue stops you from spawning lava here. Why? Why did they, like... Somebody had to choose those words, right? Somebody had to say, huh, how about let's make it when you're trying to lava on somebody else's deed, it will say these words, some psychological issue stops you from spawning lava here. Boy. Hey, the pooch. What's going on? So Cats, you're saying, Griff, would you happen to have extra dredge? I've got 2 with me, but could try dredging the sand with 3 characters at the same time. That's a good question. Do I have an extra dredge? Hold on, these go in here. This goes here. I'm trying to think. I probably do. I'm just trying to remember where. That makes me... I'm going to look in here first, so I'm not searching everywhere else. Okay, so I don't have a dredge here. It's very possible I have a dredge in the sailboat. Although, I kind of remember using it. Remember that stream that Brian and I used your Nar to dredge? I might have left it in the Nar. Although I could be wrong. Let me just check here. Let me check these boats. No. And no. No, not in there. Let's see how I'm doing here. It's probably not on his character, if I had to guess, because dredges are kind of heavy, if I remember right. Well, that would be nice of you, Dragon. Let me think though. I'm kind of confident I can find a dredge. I'm pretty sure. That's one problem with this game is where did I leave my and then insert word here? Okay. Let's see. Dredge, dredge, dredge. I will put it into alphabetical order. That will help me. Problem is I have too many bags inside of more bags. Here, no. And dredges don't go in the forge. Remember, I remember. I put the dredge in the forge, and then somebody in the chat, like this was on stream, and somebody in the chat said, you don't put a dredge in a forge. It's going to burn up. Remember that? It wasn't that long ago when that happened. Oh. Command triangle 2. Yeah, and Griff, you don't immediately see it, don't worry about it. Not meaning to distract you. No worries. Yeah, dredges are such a pain in the butt to make. I don't want to trouble anyone outside the alliance. Yeah. But the dredge was cold. Let me think here. It literally does not take that much time to make a dredge. It'll take longer to heat up the forge. So let me just heat up the forge. It'd be good to have more dredges. I already have the, what do you call it? The steel, I think. See if I can find the steel, though. Pretty sure I have the steel. Thought I had. Let's see here. Might have left it in here. Brass, no. I have every other metal but steel. Let me see. I have brass, copper, tin, zinc. Maybe in here. I was pretty sure that I had some steel made already. Oh, that's okay. I can make some. No worries. And I know, like, dredging is such a pain. Okay. Ivy, that would help out. That'll be just one less step. Yeah, I don't need that much steel. Probably like 20 or something like that would be well more than enough. I want to overestimate rather than underestimate. If you have 20, that would be great. Are you able to bring that down, or do you want me to come up to get it? I can come up and get it. Yeah, you have to use steel. You run it down, thanks. Okay, so then if you could, just bring it down and drop it in the forge. Because it has to heat up anyway. And that way I can just keep making bowls. And aiming Xander in the right direction. Okay, so I've hit the corner, the south corner of this map. Oh, this is confusing. Is that piece there this piece here? So this whole rock, I'm guessing, is this whole rock. Okay, and then there's these little pieces sticking off of it. Hey, Fuzzy Rubric. Hey, Adam, I thought of you yesterday. We had a professional development with Tom Schimmer. He's Canadian too, so you know each other, right? Right, Tom. We go way back. Oh, Vooch, you're back. You said coal pile, but it's charcoal pile that used to create charcoal with iron. Yes, you can do it that way. Um, if you need like lots of it, then that's the way that you go. But I think that there's a pretty good supply of charcoal from just killing things like hellhounds and lava spiders and hell scorpions and those sorts of things. So like all of the charcoal that I have is just from that stuff, you know. But yeah, if you're like gonna do a mass steel making operation, then definitely charcoal piles is the way to go. Yeah. Okay, so I think now that I'm getting closer, it does look that I was right. That these little islands here are these ones here, like this little patch of trees. So I'm gonna go around that and then around the next peninsula and come in on the west side of this little peninsula here. And yeah, keep making these clay bowls. Yeah, I think trying to go through these islands, it looks like they're all connected, eh? It doesn't look like there's really that much of a space to go through them, but on the map here, they look quite disconnected. I'm hoping that soon we'll get a map dump. Like I think the fact that the servers have been open for a year and people have had enough time to like explore the whole place, I think it's time for a map dump. Honestly, I am always in favor of map dumps. I don't think that it adds that much to the immersion of the game to not have a map dump. I mean, this map is not great, but it's not that much worse than having a map dump, really. Like, you pretty much have the exact lay of the land from these maps. It's just much lower resolution. So the only difference is that you're going to have higher resolution detail on the map, and in addition, you'll also have all the roads, you know, and all the deeds that people have made. Like you can see people's deeds. Like if I had it my way, they would just make map dumps regularly. You know, I played on a Wurm Unlimited server where they had a live map dump. So every minute or so, it would produce a new map dump. And so at any moment, you could just look at the map and see currently exactly where every deed was and all the tiles. It even updated the exact tiles that people's deeds were. So like if I planted a deed, in a minute it would update a little outline showing precisely where my deed was. And I really like that. Those types of map dumps really help with projects. You know, like you can literally count the pixels to count the tiles on the map dump. And so if you're doing things like, for example, making a tunnel or you're building a road, like you can actually see how many tiles it's going to be. Buddha, I do it daily instead of live to hide land altering events that people have to find. Okay, so you're talking about on your is it Kangaroo? Oh, sorry, I missed your other. Imagine having a daily auto map dump that then shows up as the map in game. Yes, exactly. And like I felt like there was a mod that allowed you to have a little window that had the map dump. Like that's a thing I think as well. So Skolotopolis server has a live map, and it was wonderful. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I see no reason why they shouldn't. I mean, some might just call immersion, like that. The reason would be immersion. Oh, Ivy, not these forges. The one that's on that's in the workshop. This one over here. This forge. Yeah, the live minimap is a popular mod. Yeah, there was a mod that gave you a minimap. Yeah, it was great in mine because you could see the nodes. Oh, you can see the nodes. That's a little bit, but yeah. You know the game was made in Norway. Updates. I think the sloth is from Norway. You're pushing it. Yeah, just kidding. Not Norway though. I think it's Sweden. Sweden. Am I getting that right? Yeah, it was made in Sweden. Servers can block seeing hidden veins at least. Okay. Yeah. You just dump it into the main. I think it should go. Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much, Ivy. Sure, that's happening. Let's keep making bowls. And that just needs to heat up. I did fuel the forge, right? Yeah. I remember picking out the and don't mind the healing covers all over the place. Oh, thanks. Got some more healing cover mats. Thank you so much. Put that over there. Okay, Griffith needs to eat and drink. Oh, don't worry, Dragon. Once the metal heats up, it'll be 2 seconds. I'll have the dredge in a jiffy. Yeah, it didn't show hidden veins, just the ones you had discovered. Oh, interesting. Okay. It could potentially show you hidden veins, but the server could block that. That's interesting. I didn't play on Wurm Unlimited long enough to know all those little details about the mods. You know, there's times where I'll tune into somebody's stream and they're playing Wurm Unlimited and it's like, whew, half the things are going over my head. I have no idea what's going on. Oh yeah, you just realized there are ovens. Yes, yes. Yeah, those are. I'm. Well, we'll see what happens with it. But it'll. I'm trying to make. It'll be multifunctional. So for now, it's to grind up beverage making. We'll see how that goes. I'm not sure because I've never done it before. But this can also serve as a hot food cooking station, which I do know a lot more about. But we will see how that goes. I have a scorpion hanging out. Okay. Well, Griffith should be okay to take out a scorpion if it comes around here and decides to play. Your favorite unlimited mod was the one that let you lock the sun at a certain time of day. Okay, so it never got dark. Time progressed though. Okay, interesting. And Buddha, you've been tempted to throw together a video showing off the coolest mods to trick Online players into Wurm Unlimited. Do you have a third-person mod yet? Because that's one of the things that really makes a big difference, I think. Wurm Unlimited not being third person is one of those things that is just going to hold it back. Oh, I haven't checked back here. Wow, I'm very far from land now. Okay. I think these are still those initial... I'm going really slowly. So these are those initial... Zetran, can you help me out? Do I go in here or do I go into the next one? Do you know? Keep going left? Yeah, okay. So go around that thing, the next one. Let me just check the map one more time. Yeah. Like this little, yeah, that's it. Okay, so this little piece here is probably that little piece there. So I'll just go around that. Okay. Those twin peaks. Okay, cool. Do you plan to burn your clay bowls in the ovens or in the forge? I don't know yet. I'll probably just turn on the forge though, the ovens. It's better to stay in Wurm Online instead of Wurm Unlimited, in your opinion. Okay, I can go through the canal. So like through this, where I'm pointing now. Through that area. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, I'm actually not sure. I haven't thought that far ahead. So the initial thought was imp. I could spend the time to imp each one of these once, but then I thought that might take too long. What was the calculation again? 235 times 12 seconds each. It would take 47 minutes to imp each one of these once. Although I do have a high WOA clay somewhere here. So 97 WOA clay, that'll probably bring it down to 6 seconds. So that'll half the time. It'll still take 23.5 minutes to imp each one of these clay bowls once. As I remember, there's a 20% reduction, quality reduction burning in the ovens just to furry. Okay, thanks for letting me know. So then maybe I will not do it in the ovens. Wurm Unlimited is just lacking distant trees and third person. Otherwise, it'll have more content these days. Yeah. Well, it's also lacking the volumetric lighting and the new skybox. Although those are arguably minor, but when those sun rays come peeking through the trees, it's something else. But Wurm Unlimited has all the normal mapping, right? Like all the bumpy textures. Is that right? Pretty sure all the normal mapping was in before they stopped Wurm Unlimited development. Wurm Unlimited supporters we used, in your opinion, and made to believe they would be treated like Wurm. Yeah. Yeah, stop getting updates right before distant trees, okay. Yeah, distant trees are nice, but yeah, like it's not a make it or break it sort of thing. It doesn't affect your every minute interaction with the game, but I'd say third person is quite important. There, like, it has. I can't play in first person anymore. Really, it makes such a difference. Yeah, it doesn't have ambient occlusion. I find it hard to get back into unlimited graphics after the bells and whistles that online got. Yeah, it is. It's like honestly, if it wasn't for third person, it would make that would make the world a difference. I think all the other little bells and whistles aren't too important. And cats are saying what makes it for me is the new skybox and the lighting we got before the Steam launch. A huge difference visually if you have the right graphics setting. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. The lighting, the volumetric lighting does add a lot of shiny. First person feels more immersive to me. Yeah, I'm not debating that it's more immersive. Like, in fact, I mean, this is how we played the game for so many years. We played it just like this. But maybe it's that I don't know what it is, honestly. I honestly don't know what it is. There's something about third person. And I know that for some people, first person causes motion sickness. And there's some people who wouldn't be playing Wurm Online if it were still first person only. Oh, turn right. Yep. Whew. I see. Hey, there you are, Zetran. Okay, yep, I see. Look at this. Okay, so I gotta go on the other side of this thing, it looks like. So what is this gonna become? This long stretch of land. Someone should specialize in severely weathered food storage bins. You'd buy some. Hey, Zalbag. What do you mean by specialize in severely weathered food storage bins? Yeah. It's the border of the canal. It will be filled on the right side. Filled in on the right side. Okay. So all that's gonna get filled in? Holy. That's a lot of dirt you're gonna need there. Oh, you like the look of them, I see. You know, I like the look of the food storage bin when it's like full. You know, it has like I guess it's like half full. When it's over half full, it has that little um the door looks like it's off its hinge. And Socrates is in local. That must be Socrates then. There. Or is that true? No, never mind. That was a while ago. 5 minutes ago? No. Oh, that's your priest. Which is your priest? Northlex? But Socrates did a Ahoy '07. I see. He's nearby. I've never quite such noble things as half-full FSBs. I've only seen it a couple times. Food storage bins can hold a lot of food. A lot of food. Yeah, Northlex is your priest, yeah. It's like something's going on here. I'm wondering, is that going to turn into another canal? Somebody going to surface mine that down into the water? That's one big project, if you ask me. You can dock at the end of the canal on the left. You'll see other boats. Okay. Thank you. And Vooch, you're saying it's interesting when Zabag wants to buy weathered FSBs when the ideal situation is when they're all imped with 0 damage. It's true. But you know, those when the damage gets high, the visual changes on them, so they look a little. They may look visually appealing. we were making the Autumn Twilight Castle, we had decorated some rooms, and we wanted to have like a couple of those rooms to have like that weathered kind of look. So we would um, we would purposefully damage things so that we would get it to have the damaged um, visual. Okay, here we go. I need to keep making bowls. And let's see. I wonder. I should just park on the edge here. Okay, back up, back up, back up. Reverse. When they added the new boat controls, that just made things so much better. Without reverse, this would be a nightmare. Although I could have probably planned it better. All right. Am I in? Is this on a deed? This is probably on a deed, yeah. Yeah, village. Whoops. What happened there? I thought I here and disembarked. Okay, there we go. Yes, I did bring a cart. I'm hoping since you're here, I feel less worried. I'm hoping I don't lose stuff here. Okay, you gave me permissions. Okay, I'll let you know. Oh, the first thing. I think I need unloading permissions. And it's possible I'll need loading permissions to get them back in to the boat. Yeah. Let's do this. I think in draw. Okay, sorry, I'm missing some stuff here. So Buddha, you made a decoration mod for Wurm Unlimited that lets you create decoration versions of any model and place them anywhere in XYZ. Turns decorating into Lego. Interesting. Okay, so like you can take, let's say, this pelt here, which would decay otherwise. If I place it on the ground, it would just like decay. But I could turn it into a decorating item and then place it anywhere that I wanted to. Interesting. Okay, that worked. And these are hell horses, so they're gonna probably be a little bit nippy. Let's see. Unload. A little bit of a hitch there. Why? What the? Who now? Oh, I need Zetron, I need leading permissions. Because now I don't have because these hell horses aren't branded anymore. I can't lead them. Yeah, that's awesome, Buddha. That's something that so many people are asking for in Wurm Online. Like they've asked it in so thanks, it worked. They've asked it in so many different ways. Like, for example, the whole taxidermy thing. Everybody wants taxidermy for that reason. But other people are like they want it. They want the, for example, food. For like they'll decorate their dining room table, right? And then they want to put food on it, but the problem is the food is going to decay within a day or two. And yeah. Oh. Okay, let me try to load these in so that Zetron can get back. Okay, that worked. Okay. Let me just put these things in here and then I'll look at the I'll look over at the chat in just a second. Let's see, okay. That's good. Alrighty. Thank you very kindly. And if you could point me in the direction of the olive trees, that would be greatly appreciated. Yeah, wall hangers would be good. Totally. 100%. It sounds like it's coming. Or at least it's on the list of we want to add it. Look at all those fish keep nets. Somebody's been working on rope making. Okay, let's take a look at some of these. Actually, you know what? I need to get places. I'll look at the links in just a second. Add salt and or wrap the food to slow decay when placing on food table. Yeah, I think what people want is something that's permanent. So like they don't want to just slow the decay. They want to make it a decorative item. Remove its ability to be food, like just like maybe it's like you wax it or something, or I don't know. Something that completely turns it away from a food and into a decorative item so that they can put it onto the table and it will be there permanently as a permanent fixture. Nice chandelier, yeah. Reeds make peppers, paper into wrap food. Yes, you can wrap the food. Yeah, it does extend the life of the food. Is it just papyrus that does it? I thought it was like wax paper, right? Like you. Okay, I'm gonna at the same time try to. Okay, so let's. Oops. There's the chandelier. Wow. Okay, so I see. Those are all the bloods and horns on a wheel. That's. Sorry, I'm getting distracted by that. That's cool. So what you're saying is that you can just put the object in the air, midair. It doesn't have to be placed on an item, on a place. You just give it XYZ coordinates and it just stays there. Interesting. Hold on. I'll take a closer look once once we get to the place. That way I don't have to keep alt tabbing. We can just take a closer look at all the detail there. Place it normally and then can move it up and down in space. Okay, cool. You could also use a ship helm instead of a wheel. I don't know what the model for a ship helm looks like. Ultima Online had a decorating tool that worked like that. You can move items up and down. Interesting. Okay, here's the olive trees. Okay. Thank you so much, Zetrin, for letting me use the olive forest here. The grove. Oh, the hell horses. Is it the hell horses? Nope, it's Griffith. No? What's fighting? Oh, it sounds like there's a troll. Is that what it is? Yes, there's a troll. See, this is the problem. If Xander's going through this and there's a troll, my only option is to run, really. Let's help you out, though. Am I still fighting stuff? Ship helms are great. I'll have to take a look at that. We did a whole competition to see what people come up with. It was pretty fun. That sounds awesome. Do I still stream weekly by chance? Right now I'm on my summer break, which means I'm streaming whenever. It's not a set schedule. And the reason is just because I have so much stuff going on that it's just there'll be like, for example, I'm going away to a cottage in a couple weeks. So it's really whenever I have time to right now. Once I get back to work, it's possible I'll be doing a Sunday stream again. Yeah, going back to Sunday. We'll see how that goes. Thank you so much, Zetran. This is definitely going to help out a lot. There's a lot of olive trees here. Oh, my hell horses are Okay. So one other thing that I love that they added is that you can do all the forestry stuff from your cart now. So let me switch my tool belt. Why is that not working? There we go. And I'm going to also use some sleep bonus here. I filled up on food. All right, here we go. And I got to keep on this. Whoops, whoops. Did I run out of space or something? No, I ran out of clay. And already he's finished both of those actions. Okay. And I'm going to also pick Sprout. I'm literally doing this for skill. Oh, right, the dredges. I will get that's I'll do the dredges. But just before I do the dredges, I want to look at that I want to look at this in more detail. What else can I spot? So these are all the bloods. And these are horns. Like unicorn horns. How did you get them all lit up like that? Unless those are light tokens or something. Potentially. Okay, how do I zoom out? That looks really cool. And then there was another one. Oh, a pheasant. So that's like turned into a decorative, and then it just becomes like an item that. See, that's exactly what people want in Wurm Online. I wonder why it doesn't happen, or what's taking so long. Let's cue that up. Okay, and let's go over to the forge. That's got to be ready now. The clay. Why does this keep beeping at me? It should only beep when the queue is done. See how it keeps beeping at me, but his thing is not done yet. That's messed up. Okay, there's a guard by the canal. Not okay. I missed that. Yeah, Wurm has so many models. A lot of games wouldn't even bother making. Yeah, I know. And you can just place them, you know. Which is what makes it such a... Like, for some situations, it could be really laggy depending on your computer, right? If somebody's decorated a crazy amount of stuff. I feel like it's... Like the dredging lips is here somewhere. Miss it, or is it the large anvil? Maybe the large anvil. Add that to the crafting window. There it is. All right. It's gotten a lot better on lag. Like the game itself has gotten a lot better on lag. But I remember back in the day, I was playing Wurm on a potato of a computer for the longest time. You know, like where I'd set all the graphics as low as I possibly could get, and the best case scenario, I'm getting 20 frames. So then I enter into Autumn Twilight, which is the massive castle and just filled with stuff, and the computer would be going like 6 frames. But yeah, on a modern computer, the lag is definitely not that bad. Oh, this is done. Okay, so I need some way of... I'm going to have to turn on my tiles so I can see which way is which. And yeah. This is where first person actually will come in handy. Here we go. Okay, so I used, oh wow, that was a lot. Okay, so I can make 4 here. So let's see, what's the dredge? Good thing I got you to bring 20, Ivy, because okay, so rope. I have rope here. Yep, nope, I don't. I'm pretty sure I have rope, just regular rope here somewhere. If not, I can just whip some up. So this, right. Tools, rope tool. It's actually really bothering me that Wurm Assistant isn't really working for this. Like it keeps beeping and makes it impossible for me to know which beep is actually the beep that ends. I know why it's beeping. It's beeping every time that you get this message. You harvest some of the... See that? You harvest some olive trees from the olive tree. So that message comes up, and Wurm Assistant interprets that as being the end of the action queue for some odd reason. That's very strange. So it's only 1 rope and 1 square piece of cloth. So I'm going to make 2 dredges here. Let's put that rope in there. And I should I should have square pieces of cloth. Okay, so just 2 of these. And then it's just 2, what is it? These 2 things. Let's just double check over here. And I think I spotted a cat's in the window. Is that right? Yeah, there's a Lulena. Okay, hold on, let's just get these in here. Yeah, he wanted to creep on me. Yeah, Wurm looks pretty good on your ultra wide 1440p. No lag on your computer, and you built it 4 years ago. Yep. I mean, there was no lag on my laptop from 4 years ago. That was, you know. And I know that Wurm has come a long way in reducing lag. It used to be really bad. For sure, in real life with smaller kids, it's so important. I have a 33-year-old. Today is his birthday. And you have an 8 and 12-year-old. Time passes so fast. I can't believe I said that. That's 33. That's quite, yeah. Not much younger than I am. Okay, one more. Here we go. This is pretty cool. I like this. This is like a cabinet in the wall sort of thing. And a tome. let's just put a tome inconspicuously right here. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I see a chicken. Just sitting there hanging out. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Speaking of which, they haven't announced any of the, you know, the, what do you call it? The decorating contest thing. That hasn't been, there hasn't been any word about that, eh? Okay. And give me 1 second, Kat. I'm just going to imp it a little bit. Because yeah, it can be imped a little bit. I'll hear the... Let's see, how's this going? Look, already... I haven't really been even looking, and I'm already gotten half of a skill point here. Okay, so that's done. Let me just grab a log here. – Give it a couple imps. Like, it should take practically no time to get them to 50. Let's see. Ooh, that imp did not bring it up that high. Give me one more second with them. Coffer cabinet, yeah. The kitchen with a cookbook. Oh, that is clever. Yeah, it does look cozy. You didn't plant her there to pressure you. Rather that once you're done, you don't have to run all the way over to my place. Okay. Brought him a Fender amp for his guitar, and he loved it. Awesome. Okay, I'm not worried. I'll just imp these a little bit, and hopefully that imping will help. Whoops, whoops. Ugh. That is one of the keybinds I wish I could take off of the default keybind, is the disembark one. I honestly don't think the disembark needs to be there. And the number of times I've disembarked by accident is just insane. Yeah, you an 8.5-hour New World stream. Oh, you haven't eaten anything? Go eat. Go eat. Okay, no worries. I'll keep imping until you come back. And you think it looks hilarious when Wurm characters creep each other? Yeah, I know. Like, it just always reminds me of Serene on Drongo's stream when he did the labyrinth. And Serene would be there with the twins. And every time we turn around, she'd be there with the two twins there. It was hilarious. Yeah, the twins were epic, for sure. Alright, let's see here. Open this. Let's get a backpack ready. Put everything in there. Yeah, this is going well. This is going well. It hasn't been that long, and we're already at 0.8 of a skill. I hit 40, or 30 rather. Okay, you're gonna heat up some lentils. Hey, Bear Claws. It's going very well. It's going very well. Getting stuff done. So in case you just dropped in, and what I'm doing today, actually I'm doing a lot of stuff, but one of the main things is we need to create a lot of transmutation liquid to convert clay tiles back into dirt so that we can terraform. And there's like a lot of them. I think Cats was just counted them, and there's over 60 clay tiles that need to be converted. Each clay tile needs somewhere in the vicinity of 200 to 300 lemons. So let's say on the conservative side, 300 lemons per tile. And there's 60. I think it was 63, but I'll put in 65. So that means that we need somewhere in the vicinity of 20,000 lemons. That's a lot of lemons. But yeah, we need a lot of lemons. So I'm guessing this. Well, it's possible we might be able to. Oh, disembark again. It's possible we'll get them this harvest season, but it's also possible we won't. But what we're going to do this harvest season is collect as many lemons as we possibly can, create as much transmutation liquid as possible. Now, we definitely get more bang for our buck when the quality of the lemons are higher. And so that's what I'm working on right now, is forestry skill. I mean, Cats has 40 some odd, 40, I think it was 42 or 43. Can't remember. forestry skill. So I want to at least get to like that around there before we start harvesting lemons. That way, all the lemons are like at least somewhat okay quality. And all the while we're picking lemons, we're going to be getting more skill. Oh, oh, oh. I did not get a rare dredge, but I did get a drum roll. It did improve it, so it was a failed roll. That would have been interesting, a rare dredge. So I'm working on trying to get this forestry skill up. We'll see how high we can go. It did not take that long to get to... Well, we're almost at 1 full skill right now. Oh, I see some olives I missed. Why do I see olives on this tree? Where is it? What? How come I see olives? Like the visual of olives is here. Where was it? See? Where are these olives coming from? Are they coming from over there? Yeah, well, we'll see. I'll harvest these ones and see if the olives are gone. How's Brian been doing? Everything okay with him? Everything's good with him. In fact, he might even be here still. Although, maybe not. He might have headed out. A lot of lemons. Is that me, like, typing into the calculator? Let's see. So, let's say on the conservative side, 300 lemons per tile. And there's 60, I think it was 63, but I'll put in 65. So that means that we need somewhere in the vicinity of 20,000 lemons. That's a lot of lemons. But yeah, we need a lot of lemons. Yep, we need a lot of lemons. That is for sure. Okay, so I did pick something that caused the olives to go. Yeah. So that's what we're doing. We're getting our forestry skill up. Now at the same time, we also need to juice all of those lemons. And in order to keep the quality of the lemons, like let's say we pick 40 quality lemons, and then we juice them. Well, we kind of have to have a beverage skill to kind of match that. So what I'm doing on Griffith is creating a beverage making station so that he can do some bowl filling. So the plan is to fill up a whole bunch of bowls with the materials to make tea, and then light the forges, turn on the sleep bonus, and as the tea makes, it will, each time a tea makes, it will give me a chance at a skill tick in beverage making. And the hope is that it goes as smoothly as pan filling, but I have a feeling that it's going to be a little bit slower than pan filling. We shall see. But then we got sidetracked because the other thing that we need to do is dredge out all of the sand from around the island. And that's why I am making these dredges. It's too bad Xander isn't over here because he could also pop a couple WOAs on those. Find a large sign close to me, my deed. Said something like Cats was here. Yep. Those signs are all over the place now. I think there's one for every Wurm roulette, and Cats goes and looks, travels all over the place, all over to every nook and cranny of the game, and plants a sign everywhere she goes. Okay. I did notice that I've gotten to the point where I'm getting more than one olive per tree now. It wasn't like that at the beginning of the day. At the beginning of the day, this morning I woke up Xander's forestry was at 17. So he's gotten quite a bit of forestry skill today. And that was just from harvesting all the olives in our around our deed. And now Zetran has allowed me to come over and pick all the olives from his um, olive grove, and we'll see how far we can go with that. But it's still going strong. Got 1.25. Okay, cats. I've gotten these to 45 and 41 respectively. Let me just focus on one. I'm gonna get one to 50 and I'll pass it over. Unfortunately, I don't have wood that is much higher than this. I think it goes up to 60. I think I might have some 60. Yeah, just 60. Will squishing the olives help with skill? I missed that. Sorry, Ivy. It will, but very slowly in comparison to making tea. And again, I'm not 100% sure about the tea making. This is something I'm just going to try out. I know it is the fastest way to skill up beverage making. But if it's anything like pan filling for hot food cooking, the way it will feel is like I spend like a long time filling up all the pans. It's going to take a while, but you know, once they're all filled, I light the forges, turn on my sleep bonus, and my skill will just go like all the way up. In it would be as if I did 250 actions in that moment. And if that works, like I'll do it with the 250, and if that works well, like I'll watch my skill and it goes up to like 20 in one shot, crossing my fingers, then what I might do is make another set of forges with another set of bowls, and then do it over and over and over again. And it might take 3 times or something like that. Go 3 rounds of that, and my skill will be like in the 50s, 60s. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Well, I'm making up these numbers because I've never done it before. But with hot food cooking, this is how it went. Like, I would fill up like 1,000 pans. It might have only been like a few thousand pans, and my skill was like 90. You know, like it does not take that long. It is arduous filling the pans, and then emptying them was also bad. But I got really good at it. I got to the point where I could fill 1,000 pans in like just over 10 minutes. It would take just over 10 minutes to fill the pans. I would light them, and then I would get a ton of skill. Emptying was longer. Emptying took 15 minutes. And was a lot less motivating because you had already gotten the skill. So there were times where what I would do is I would just let the food rot. Like I would fill 1,000 pans, get the skill gain, and wait till the next weekend to fill another 1,000 pans, and by the next weekend, all the food had rotted away. But it honestly doesn't take that long. It's wrist. It's just, you know, a little bit hard on the wrist. I hope these are keeping... Oh. I hope it's okay if I'm picking the sprouts now that I think about it. Cetron, are you still here? If you want me to, I can stop picking the sprouts. I just realized, because I think picking the sprouts brings the age of the trees back by 1. But they're all very old, I think. Okay, thanks. I guess it'll give them an extra... Okay, thanks. And again, I'm all, like, if you want the olives, you're free to, I can just drop the olives in a food storage bin. I'm honestly just need this for the skill. Oh, you have tons of olives? Okay. So Vooch, you're not much of a grinder? That's, like, I know it, like, that's... lots of people in this game just play to have fun. And while I would probably be classified as like a grinder in the sense that I do these ridiculously silly things like pick 20,000 lemons or build a labyrinth, or and I will grind. The way I look at grinding though, I keep forgetting to come back here, and I'm only doing this one. The the way I look at grinding is that it's a means to an end for projects, right? So, for example, I look at my priest as a project, right? So, the project is be able to cast tons of stuff, high quality casts, and then make a business out of it, let's say. Currently, I'm not doing that, but this is how I thought of my priest when I first made my first priest on the old servers. So the project was creating a, you know, a merchant for high-end tools that are enchanted. So in order to achieve that goal, I need to be able to make high quality tools. So I need to get my blacksmithing up. I need to make a whole lot of favor items. So I need to get my rope making up, right? So uh, I don't grind for just grinding's sake. I have like a goal, a thing that needs to get done, and then I obtain the skills that are needed to achieve that goal. Another good example was we wanted to create that Autumn Twilight castle, and part of creating that castle was to create 7 of the largest buildings we possibly can make, like that the game allows you to make, and just turn those into like one kind of like structure. But the only way to do that is to get your carpentry skill up to a certain level, right? Like you need to have a certain carpentry skill in order to plan that building. So Brian's sitting there just grinding his carpentry skill, but with the specific reason to be able to complete that building, right? That's the way I look at it. It's hard to just grind for grinding's sake for no other reason but to just have the skill. But if there's like a bigger purpose to it, it's very motivating. And then you get motivated to try to figure out, okay, well, how can I make this process go a little bit faster? I don't want to have to sit here squeezing 20,000 lemons just for skill. I want to already have the skill before I start squeezing those lemons. That way it goes way faster, right? Like the time I'll save squeezing those 20,000 lemons, if I already put in time to get the skill, is going to pay off already. You know, that sort of thing. Okay, so I missed a whole bunch of stuff. So what food materials did you put in the pans? Yeah, frying pans. That is what I mean. So back then, and I think it's still the case that it's the best. Although there's lots of different ways to do this, but the way I did it back then, and this was before the cooking update, so cooking was very much much more limited than it is now. So there's lots more options now, but back then it was 1 meat, 1 veggie, and that was it. Did you ever build your new PC, and would you mind sharing what you were going for? I didn't build it, but I did get a new PC, and it was very unfortunate, but I did have to buy a pre-built, and that's just because of the limited supply of graphics cards and everything. And you know, it was one of those things where I've been waiting months and months and keeping my eye and ear to the ground and trying to get my hands on the parts, but the parts just weren't available. And in the end, a pre-built was just sitting there on the shelf, and it was the right price, and it was a little bit less than I wanted, so it ended up being a 3070 graphics card with an AMD Ryzen 7, the new one. So that was good, good enough. I was aiming for a 3080 with a Ryzen 9. That was like sort of like my hope to be able to snag one up, but this pre-built was just sitting on a shelf, and the other thing that happened at the exact same time was my computer died. My laptop, the graphics card and the laptop died, and it's an integrated graphics card. So when it died, the computer still works, but the graphics card is gone. And to get a new graphics card meant I had to get a new motherboard with a new chip and a new graphics card. So the end, I was sort of like put into a situation where if I wanted to wait to build my own computer, I'd be without a computer for potentially months. So yeah, I don't have a link exactly, but the main idea for the computer was I wanted the new AMD chip, either a Ryzen 9 or a Ryzen 7. So I ended up with a Ryzen 7 and a 3070 graphics card. Everything else is like normal. Like it has a solid state drive and a bunch of RAM. I ended up with a lot of RAM because I had bought some parts beforehand, and I just ended up putting it all together into the pre-built. So I added stuff to the pre-built. So there's like 48 gigs of RAM, which is like an obscene amount that I'll never ever need that much. So Zephyr, you have 80 forestry. You'll try to grind a bunch of lemons for the cause when they come up. Awesome. Thank you so much. 80 forestry is insane. And it must be due to the fact that you probably have groves of trees, like lots of different trees that you've spent time making. This is one thing that, like, I feel like our area, Cats, is like limited in the sense that the space doesn't allow for making, like, we can put trees, but we can't put trees, you know, like if we wanted 1,000 olive trees and then 1,000 walnut trees and 1,000 chestnut trees and 1,000 lemon trees and 1,000, like, we don't have the space for that. Whereas I'm sure that that's what this area looks like. Like, this is a lot of olive trees. It might not be 1,000, but there's a lot of olive trees here. And I remember on Xanadu, I lived in an alliance, and there was a few people who maintained sort of like a grove of each type of tree in the area. So yeah. Sorry, I keep getting distracted here. Okay, so I'm doing this. Okay, so I'm gonna pass you over these dredges now, I think. Cats. And I gotta catch up to this. I feel exactly the same way, Griff, as long as there's some end goal and grinding doesn't feel bad at all. Yeah, yeah. I have found myself in a situation where I'm grinding. Here, Cats, this is, here's the dredges. There have been times where I found myself grinding for no reason. Like, one skill that was like that for me was my plate armor smithing on my old character. I got my plate armor smithing up into the 70s, high 70s probably. But I couldn't bring myself to go further because I honestly felt like it was useless to go any further. It wasn't like I was making the armor for myself to wear, and there was no market for plate armor. Like, nobody's gonna buy plate armor. Like, very few people are gonna buy plate armor. And I'm still to this day trying to figure out why was I grinding my plate armor smithing. I don't know why. Okay, let me catch up with chat. I keep getting distracted here. You would lock your botanizing so you could get low quality wood. Oh, interesting. Interesting. I didn't know that. Oh, for like the specific color that low quality woad gives. Right, and nowadays it's like they changed the foraging skill so that the the items come out close to your skill no matter what. Whereas before, the woad would come out like wildly different. Like you could pick one that's 99 quality, and then the next one comes out and it's 4 quality. But they changed all that. Right. Otherwise, you have to make black dye. Exactly. Yeah. So, yeah. Plant a ton of woad in the stuff. Stuff plant to rack. Yeah, you could do it through gardening if your gardening skill's low. Um, technically, you could get an freemium alt to get the low quality woad. You love picking stuff in season. You know, Zetron, I'm starting to like actually really like the picking the stuff that's in season as well. I never used to be that. I never used to play that way. I never ever got my forestry up past maybe 10. But after needing to for this, like after like I'm thinking, okay, we're gonna need to harvest a ton of lemons, and I'd rather them be high quality than low quality. Let's start working on my forestry, and then next thing I know, I'm actually like out on an adventure across the server, searching for 4 different types of forests and picking sprouts. And anytime that I see something harvest that can be harvested, I was like, "Ooh, I could harvest that." And you know, it's actually quite satisfying doing this sort of thing. Okay, keep making bowls. And the skill's actually going up quite nicely. It's not as slow as I originally thought it would be. What do you do with olives? Okay, so olives are to make olive oil, which can be used for cooking, but another main use for olive oil is to make compasses. Compass needs olive oil. You love seeing the shiny on the tree. It's the best when you find a huge forest all to yourself. Yes, I bet. I bet. We're hoping to snag a lemon forest somewhere. I went searching on Melody for a lemon forest. Melody's too small. It's not only that it's too small; it's so hilly in so many areas that even if you do find a lot of lemon trees, it's like navigating the area is just painful. So, um, okay, so there's huge lemon forest on Harmony, and I know there's one also on Cadence. I'm not, or not, yeah, Cadence. There might be a couple on Cadence. I don't know. Yeah, Harmony has too many. Okay, so Griff, the lemon forest you found on Cadence was just west of Sonata. Okay, cool. So let's see, Cadence, Sonata, just west. So somewhere over here. No, it looks like there's like a desert here. So is it south of the desert, like in this little strip down here? Southwest-ish? Yeah, okay. So it looks like the best way, I'm guessing that you can come in through here. Is there any other way in? I don't see another way in. Yeah, right. Like it's right, it's really far inland. It's like we'd almost have to set like you wouldn't want to go in there without a cart, I feel. If we need tens of thousands of lemons, it's like you kind of want to go in with like 7 rafts with 10 bags each. Let's see. So one raft, this can hold 1,000. One raft can hold 1,000. Can they? Fruits could be combined? Oh. Oh. Interesting. But then, do they not fit back in the backpack? Oh, okay. Okay. How come I did not know that? Interesting. Okay, so you can carry a lot. Whoops, whoops, whoops. Disembarked again. Just gotta make sure I didn't miss one here. Okay. I see this lemon right, or not lemon, but olive right here. Which tree is this coming from? Oh, I see why. I don't have my... Okay. It's coming from one of these. The sprout here, and the sprout here that I missed. But then where is these olives coming from? These ones. Okay, I'll figure it out. It's coming from one of these. So you can probably potentially carry hundreds upon hundreds with a horse saddlebag. That's true, but then the weight eventually will catch up to the horse. Is the problem. Because just these olives I got here, although lemons are lighter than olives, right? Oh no, maybe lemons are the same. Where are these olives? Is it this tree? Yeah, it depends on the fruit for weight. So let's see. Yeah, the weight is the thing I'm worried about. Yeah, they're going to be the same as an olive. 0.3. Right? So if you're carrying like yeah, and horses are now seem to be more affected by weight than before. Blueberries weigh more than oranges for some reason. That is interesting. Oh no, it crumbles to dust. What crumbles to dust? Just put a whole bunch of pouches in it. Yeah. Yeah, you can put. Yeah, I have no doubt that you can carry a lot. It's just that eventually the weight will catch up to the horse. And I know that putting them into the saddlebags like reduces the effective weight. Yeah, that's true. That's true. You can have a couple horses. And then the other thing is that if you have your boat parked by, you can just do a big round. Like go there and then back and then drop it off on the boat and then go there and then back and then drop it off on the boat sort of thing. Yeah, I guess there's ways around it. Let me look at the map again. Hold on, let's keep forgetting. I don't even know why I have the sound on. It's just not helping me. Do those up. Doesn't look like you can get into this lake here unless somebody built a canal through here. But like if we could, if somebody did, let's say somebody built a canal through here, and we can bring our boats through there into this small little area, park here, and then we could sort of do that thing where we're going up and down and dropping off at the boat, sort of thing, whichever way it is. Yeah, so now after the thing, the hell horses do slow down. Hell horses are not nearly as good as they used to be, but they're still better than horses. So these hell horses I just picked up. They're wild from the steppe. So these are both wild hell horses, and they're better at pulling this cart than the 5-speed, the old 5-speeds, like these ones. So let's see. These guys, let's see. 15.8. Okay, so these guys can pull at 15.8. These ones can pull at, well, it says 15.7. Oh, right. That's because these guys don't have any shoes on. Because I came over to Harmony. Oh, I disembarked again. Um, so I came over to Harmony, so I don't have the permissions to put the shoes on. So this is wild hell horses with no gear, pulls the cart at the same rate as fully geared the old 5-speed horses. So that's for comparison. Now, that might seem like hell horses are so much better than, but before the patch, wild hell horses with no gear could pull at 20 kilometers an hour. And there's even a better advantage is because once the hell horses are going 20, they don't slow down. Whereas the 5-speed horses, their speed's going to fluctuate when their speed traits turn on and turn off, you know. Oops. And we had, like, finally, Cats had just gotten, like, just before the animal update, she had gotten 5-speed hell horses going enough that she was able to, pass them along. And so I got a couple 5-speed hell horses. I put gear, just 70 WA horseshoes on them, 70 quality, and they were pulling this cart at 30 kilometers an hour, which was insane. But this new animal update kind of messed it up, so all my carts go much, much slower now. Oh, Dragon, you put the dredge into the forge. Oh, you must have missed when we were just saying that earlier. Um, that dredges don't go in the forge because they're wood. They considered wood. Okay, where am I here? Coming to the end of this row. Somewhere. Oh, disembark. Okay. Before I come back this way, I'm gonna just peek over at. I saw a couple stray ones over here. Maybe they're not stray, maybe they're just another row. Okay, so when you go out horse harvesting, you just take your horse, or else lead several horses with you as pack horses. I mean, again, I'm not that well versed in the whole process of harvesting yet, so I'm just trying to imagine 20,000 lemons in a saddlebag. Not that I'd be able to get 20,000 in one shot, but let's say 5,000 or 3,000. Can you get 3,000 lemons in a saddlebag? Lemons weigh 0.3 each. So even let's just say 1,000 times 0.3, that's 300 kilograms. Now, if you put those into a saddlebags, it's gonna affect the horse as if it was 150 kilograms. So your horse might still be okay. Whoops, whoops. My mouse just went off the screen. And now this whole thing's all... No, no. Something's happening. Okay, there we go. Sorry, there's like a ton of chat that I'm missing. Let me get the queue. And then... Okay, so Bear Claws, you were asking about the speed on the Hell Horses. Did they slow them down also for carts? Super slow. Yes, super slow. Yeah, Oriana or Dragon, I also felt like you had to put into the forge to imp it at one point until... And I was on stream doing it, and somebody's like, no, don't put it in the forge. It'll die. Okay, so for both horses and horses, you now need to breed draft versions. So no change was made to the heli specifically. It's an overall change to all animals. So yeah, it wasn't like they were targeting hell horses. It was like all animals got adjusted. All the traits got changed. Like what they did got adjusted. And now there's specific traits for pulling carts. And currently people are having a lot of difficulty getting those traits for various reasons. Just, I mean, probably doesn't make sense to go into the reasons now because it's going to eventually be changed anyway. But just the way it's been coded, making it really hard to get the traits that people want. And so we haven't really seen a perfect draft animal yet to be able to sort of like compare them, you know, and see how fast they pull. But hopefully they'll fix it up, make it a little bit more reasonable to get these draft traits, especially when, like, you have these people who have like 90 animal husbandry and they can't seem to figure out how to get the traits that they need, which makes no sense. Like they need to make it so that once you have high skill, it becomes, you know, that's the reward for having high skill, that you can now sort of obtain the traits that you want. Like one idea might be like, you know, you breed the mother and the father, and then you get this window that pops up that allows you to choose, like, I want these types of traits. And then it sort of does a roll where, based on your skill, based on a whole bunch of other factors potentially, it will either give you the traits that you want or not. And the goal would be, like, as your skill gets up there, you start getting what you want more often, maybe? I don't know. You'll buy your hell horses. My whole farm is dead. Yeah, I mean, I grabbed these two from the step, and they're my only two hell horses right now. And just the benefit of them is that they go faster than any other combination I can put together right now. You've been working on, Vuch is saying, I've been working on getting male and female horses with your new designs. Oh, you know, with the, so Katz's designs where they have the draft shapes, the hot-blooded and cold-blooded. Let's see, where am I? Need to move over one more. Yep, one more. Okay, let's try to remember where I am, and then how am I doing here? 17 more bowls, and then, so somebody was saying I shouldn't be lighting these up in, I just realized, how am I going to carry these bowls back? So I shouldn't be lighting these bowls up in the oven because then I'm going to lose some quality on them. But the forge is okay. Whoops. Can I light them up? Oh. How many times do I have to disembark? Does this happen to other people too? Using the default keybind, accidentally disembarking. Something that happens to me all the time. And Minisolus, hello. How's it going? I'm way behind on the chat. So you're just working on raising draft and speed horses. I don't raise helis because of our village. Spirit Templars, yeah. But didn't they fix the Spirit Templars? Or they did something. Spirit Templars don't... There's something was changed, I'm pretty sure. So Zetra, during harvest season, there can be up to 3 things in season at a given time. I try to get 3 crates of whatever I'm harvesting. So I usually take a wagon full of empty crates and I'll be out for several days. Okay. I feel like 3 crates isn't going to be enough though. Like if our I know it sounds ridiculous. It is ridiculous. The amount of lemons we're going to need is a ridiculous number. It's like we got to think of a way to be able to go out and just gather thousands, like thousands and thousands. And I want it to be, it's going to be painful, but I don't want it to be any more painful than it has to be. So like I gotta like it's like gotta think of the optimal way of doing it so that we're not out there for months and months. Uh, and then the harvest season is there, right? So we want to be able to like go out on harvest season, get as many as we possibly can get. Like I'm thinking, I'm gonna go out and get a high quality sickle and put WOA on that thing. You know, just so that these actions are quicker. Um, yeah, I don't know. Okay, so Rippins, has Wurm always allowed repair of items even if we don't have the mats? Seems weird. Yeah, and Buddha has the answer. Only fences and walls need repair items. Everything else is just repair skill. So you can repair everything without any items except for fences and walls. Yeah, and so back to the draft helis. Yes, draft hell horses will definitely be faster than draft horses. I'm based on what I'm seeing from these horses, like yeah, based on what I'm seeing, because even though like the old 5-speed horses have 2 draft traits, right? So like they're not useless for draft. They they have like a little bit of, and yet they're still worse than blank hell horses. Blank hell horses are still better by some margin. Like when I put the horseshoes on these guys go almost 20, like 19 and change or something like that. Whereas these ones are geared, right? Like they like, and the gear isn't terrible. Let me just see. This one actually probably has not great gear. 50s, and this one 70s. Okay, so together these two with 70 horseshoes and 50 horseshoes pull the cart at 15, 14, right? Like 14 or 15, right? Depending on their 16.5. Okay, so that's sort of like the speed I'm seeing here. And then when I put horseshoes of similar-ish quality of these ones onto the hell horses, they're going like 19. Plus, it's like a consistent 19, not a 14 and then a 16 and then a, you know. And if these had traits, similar traits, these ones would probably be in the, 22, 23, something like that. So it seems like hell horses are faster. I was hoping that they might have looked into fixing up the hell horses a little bit more to be more in line. I don't like the mechanic where they disengage when they hit that age. I really don't like that mechanic. It's not a fun mechanic to have your horses just disengage. So 80% of your stuff is junk, which really sucks on the AH stuff. Oh, okay. I love the idea of choosing AH trait. Yeah, I mean, it would give people more control. It should have been much more deterministic. It was halfway there with Genesis, just needed a better way to control good traits. Yes. Yeah. There needs to be a little bit of control. The player should, especially once they've worked their skill up, should have a little bit more control over what traits get passed on. I know it's not realistic, but I don't know. So the breeding thing isn't going to stay the way it is. I'm pretty certain it's not going to stay this, based on the limited messaging from the devs. But there has been messaging from the devs that there is changes still being made. And Casper, yeah, you're saying the same thing. Devs are still balancing the breeder because it sucks now. Yeah. And Nick Demaro, how's it going? The sandcastle is going. It is happening. In fact, we are currently on a mission to. We're working on it right now as we speak. It's a little bit of a side thing. It's kind of like it's the way Wurm goes, right? Like you want to build a castle, but in order to build the castle, you need to do these other things first. And in order to do those other things first, you need to do these other things first. So we're on the first of the first other things, sort of. Maybe it's not the first of the first. But there were a lot of other things to do, and we've been sort of slowly working our way through them. There's a lot of stuff to do. So currently, we're in the process of gathering materials to convert a ton of clay tiles that are in the area back to dirt. So that's the middle thing that we need to do. Before we do that, we need to get our, at least I'm working currently on getting my skills to a level where I can collect the lemons in order to do that. Okay, so lemon season is upon us in a couple days. And to prepare for that, I want my forestry skill as high as it possibly can get. That way, when we go to pick those lemons, the lemons end up being higher quality. That way, we will need less of them in order to convert the tiles. Hopefully, that's the idea. But it's being moved. It's moving along. Yeah, and Kat's saying the same thing. Yeah, go row by row, very systematic. I feel like I am. I'm doing this systematically. I'm doing it 3. So these 3 tiles in front of me, I'm just going, and I'm moving forward, doing the next 3. Then moving forward, doing the next 3. And when I get to the end of the row, I turn around and come back and do 3 again. So that's my method right now. I should look into harmony for the lemons. There were so many here, but people did chop a lot of them down. But I still think there's tons of lemon trees. Yeah, people do like to chop lemon trees down for some reason. They think they're evil or something. How many bowls? I need 7 more. I'm not even like paying attention here. Okay, so 7 more there. What's happening here? I'm picking sprouts. Yep. Well, that's the thing with these types of projects. So it has been exactly a year since the server opened. We began with the vision that we would be working on this project. But the thing to remember is that we started with 0 skill. So a lot of time was spent just developing our characters, like not directly working on the project, but working on our characters. And also working on gathering funds, because it's not free, right? So there's a lot of expenses, particularly with deed upkeep, and I know Katz has been spending a lot of money on collapsing tiles. So Katz is doing the horse breeding market. I've been working on my priest and blacksmithing skills. I know Brian had been doing a lot of work with the leatherworking, and early in the server's life, leatherworking was really a valuable skill. Um, Tool belts alone were selling like hotcakes at the beginning. Yeah, it's hard to do something with no skills for sure. Yeah, so getting our skills up was like first. Um, One skill that I really kind of do need to work on is my masonry skill. Oh, I disembarked again. Where's my cart? Now I'm fighting my hell horse. And I disembarked again. No. Oh, I wish I can get rid of that default keybind. It's because I don't have my sickle. Yeah, hard to do something with this. Yeah, that's so. Did I catch up with chat? Oh my gosh, there's an option in settings. Hey Seppuku, how's it going? So this option in settings. So what I want is I still want to be able to use the default space to harvest. So if I have my sickle activated and I hover it over something that can be harvested, I want the default action to be harvest. And then I want it to be pick sprout when it's pick sprout, right? Like that's really handy. I don't need a harvest and a pick sprout keybind. It's just like one keybind automatically does both. The problem is that when there's nothing, the option is disembark. I want to just be able to get rid of that disembark, but keep the other two. I don't think that there's an option for that. And why is there... Did I miss one over here? Oh. I'm in a different location than I thought I was. Or am I? No, I went down this row here. Okay, well, I guess not. I know what happened. When I moved over, I didn't look carefully enough and I moved over too far. That's what it was. Yeah, and consider all the stuff we had to do to get started on the fresh server, building temporary houses to live in, forges, ovens, getting cooking up, nourishing ourselves, getting smithing up to get the tools made, get meditation up for enchanting grass tiles, make boats to travel. It is endless. Totally. Yeah, there's like a lot of things happening. Um, Definitely. I mean, I'm still thinking I kind of need a NAR. So I'm thinking about that. I'm wondering if I should spend that time. Well, if let's focus one thing at a time. This is our project right now is the lemons. We'll do the lemons. We'll get through this harvest, and then we'll you know go as far as we can with this harvest. Get as many lemons as possible. Convert it all to transmutation liquid. Use it on the clay tiles that are priority. Once that's all settled, and we'll have to pick what's the next thing after that, I guess. Oh, okay. We're coming down to the end of these ones. So I only need 2 more now. So I'm going to cancel all but one. Okay, let me back up. I missed these 2 tiles. I had moved over too far. To be a new player and try to understand what Casper is actually talking about, I know. Yeah, I can't do that. It's just enabled to. Yeah, exactly. I like the keybind. The default keybind is actually quite good. There's like maybe 3 or 4 different situations in which it doesn't function the way you would want it to. okay, maybe I'm understating that. There are quite a few situations in which you might want it to function differently than it's saying, which is why we suggest the devs change the system so that the individual player can modify what the default action would be in certain situations. Similar to how they allow you to modify your keybind on the fly, there should be a way to modify the default action on the fly. That way I can say to it, when I'm in this situation where it's saying disembark, I can just say, don't do that. Don't make this a disembark situation. Make this whatever. Make it blank even. I can just say if I'm activating a sickle and I'm on a tree that can't be pruned, harvested, or pick sprout, make it do nothing. I would like to add prune to this option. Prune should be an option, and maybe there should be a priority. Like make it so that you can say harvest first, then pick a sprout, then yeah, pick a sprout second, and then prune third. And if it's not any of those, then don't do anything. Okay, I'm on this here. Build low stone walls off D to get masonry with COC 1 quality trowel. The trowel takes no damage, all the way to 81. Interesting. I know that that would get your masonry up, although I would question whether or not it would be faster to improve items. I kind of think it might be faster to improve items to get masonry up. To me, the game is a game within a game. Not a lot of time to play or understand AWS. A lot of things are so in depth. And probably, or yeah, and a lot of things are, yeah, they are, which is why I feel like I learn new things all the time in this game. Like all the time, I learn new things. Already in today's stream, I've learned that lava tiles bring the rock level to the same level as the dirt is currently. That's something I never knew before. You still wish you and Brian would find time to make new Wurm tutorials. They saved my life when I first started out. Yeah, those Wurm tutorials though are a lot of work, which is why it's like there are other people who have made Wurm tutorials, but they're rare. Um, I also know of a few people who were like, "Yes, I'm gonna make Wurm tutorials," and then they started up and they were like, "No, this is way too much work." Because it is, though, they're a lot of work, and sometimes they're not so fun to make. I actually enjoy streaming like 100 times more. I enjoy doing this because I'm getting to play the game at the same time. Like I'm getting to enjoy making those Wurm tutorials. Is like you're taking away time from playing during your playtime, and then it's grueling. It's grueling work. Like we would be writing out scripts. Like we spent so much time on like what we were going to say, and then take after take of it didn't say it, we didn't say it quite the right way, and Brian always wanted it to come off decently anyway. Like we're not actors, you know. Yeah, and I learned that fruits can be combined. You're right. That's another thing I learned today. Man, it's like I should record the things I learn about Worm. Like it would be an amazing list. Like, every time I learn something new, and it's like I know quite a lot about this game. I know so much about it, and yet there always seems to be something new. Like just not that long ago, I learned about wound freezing. That's been in the game for a long time. Yeah, and it's been ages since you've made any game tutorials. They take forever. Yes, they. And then it's like Brian did all the editing afterwards, but he would be like, he would spend all day, like a whole work day worth of work on editing the video afterwards. Yeah, it was like so much work. How do you freeze a wound? Climb naked on top of a mountain and hope to freeze wound. Yeah, not quite. Um, yeah, I know. I can't wait. I can't wait to find that out. Yeah, like I wonder if I wonder if it's something that there are people in the community that know. Do you know if it's like something that it's somewhat common knowledge, or is it like nobody's figured this out? Yeah. Well, it's coming, right? At some point or another, we're gonna find out. You'll have to look. You never heard anyone mention it? Yeah. So cats a while ago um, had mentioned that there's an Easter egg in this game. Like it's like a hidden mechanic that she had no idea was in it. And it just blew her mind that it was in the game, but she can't say anything about it yet because there's something going to happen in an upcoming update that's been planned that's going to somehow affect it somehow. I'm not sure. We know nothing about this really, and that it's been in games for years. Yes, and we're all dying to know what it is, but we have to wait. Always throws me off. Like you see olives here, but none of the trees. Okay, so I need to somehow figure out how to bring all these. You know what? It's not all going to fit in the forge anyway. Hold on. Let's prioritize this because this has my sleep bonus on. And just so people don't get too worked up, remember guys, it isn't a major thing. It's just cool, fun little thing. Yeah. Okay, so I didn't fuel the forge properly. Otherwise it... Oh no, I did fuel the forge, so how did it go out so quick? Or have I been streaming for that long? Oh, keybinds right there. Okay, in a second, I'm going to just have to go fill up my water and take a quick bathroom break. Let's just make sure this forge is... And I'm going to also try to squeeze as many of these bowls as I can. Although, now that I think about it, not many things... Not many... What am I trying to say? Bowls fit into a bag, right? Like, I think only 8 bowls fit into a bag. So I'm just going to empty that as much as possible. Where is it? Here. What? 11? Okay, let's move all these over here. 44. Gosh. Okay, let's move everything. I think only 58 fit into the whole thing. Okay, that's as much as I can move over to there. Alright, we're doing 47 at a time, I guess. We're going to have to do that in 5 rounds. And I disembarked again. I want to get this going one more time. And then... What am I doing here? So this is why kiln, right? Like this is why people would make a kiln. Can you fit 100 bowls into a kiln? Okay. Where's kiln? There is no kiln on this page. So 3 large pottery amorphas. Okay, I'm gonna just pause that for a second. How's my skill doing? Look at that, guys. 5.29 skill so far. So that means today alone, how much skill have I gotten? I had 17 to begin with, and now I'm at 34. So that's like I doubled my skill. I went from 17 to 34. That's crazy. Okay. You can fit a lot into a kiln. You don't know if you can cook it in it. No, you can't cook in it, but it's just for making the pottery. Yeah, okay. I'm just going to go quickly to the bathroom and get some more water. I won't be 2 minutes. So I'll be right back. Great. And back. Oh, I started picking flowers. Okay, let's put that back on. Ooh, and I see these ones are all set up to go this way. I see. Of course, I disembarked. So it's that middle one is not okay. So that has a pick sprout. Ah, yes, these ones are organized in a way I can understand. Okay, I will learn to not do that. One of these days, I will learn not to disembark. And all right, so Nick, you're thinking about returning to the game. You played on Harmony a year ago. What server would you recommend? And I would agree with Cats. I know that a lot of people don't like. People are bitter that Cadence got the special treatment at the beginning when it first was released, and there was like a special little notice to all new players, like that Cadence was the newest one, and I think that message might still be there. It's possible that they got rid of it eventually, but it was there for a long time where the game would recommend new players to go to Cadence, and it made it so that, and there was this mass exodus from Harmony, so Harmony became less populated, Cadence became way more populated. Um, and people felt like they got to a point where harmony or cadence would have been great. Um, what's nice about cadence, you can also look at this as a negative as well, but what's nice about cadence is that it's super flat. It is super flat. Like the whole server, you could just ride on a horse and just ride. Like even over there, quote unquote mountains, you can just ride over them. Um, Harmony is more natural looking in the sense that there are mountains and there are places that are not easily traversable, but then there's also a lot of space. There was a lot of people at the beginning of Harmony, so there was a lot of terraforming done, but since then it got quite empty, so there's a lot of space, and you might find some nicely terraformed area on Harmony that is completely turned back into wild aside from the terraforming. Um, Cadence has the most population of all the servers. We are building the castle on Melody. Now, the reason why we're not recommending Melody is because it's a smaller server. So if you compare Melody to the other two, Melody is about a quarter of the size of Cadence or Harmony. And then to top it all off, if you take a look at its structure, it's very thin. Like this whole area down here is like very thin, right? So that removes a lot of, like, there's not that much space to live on in this whole area. There might be some spots in here. The whole coast is taken in that area, but like there might be some spots in here, but and I know this whole area, actually I just visited this whole area, and there's a lot of space in there. But this whole area here, this was like right next to the starter area, so there's like so many deeds in this area that they've, you know. But there's some nice areas to live on here. It's just there's slim pickings and very hilly, very hard to traverse, especially this region over here, and this whole area is hard to traverse. The whole thing is hard to traverse. And it's small. But if that's the type of thing that you like, then by all means, like that, it's a perfectly good server. We're building the castle right over here, and there's not really any land in this area. All of it is deeded. So the closest area to that space that might have spot to deed is, well, there's the steppe over here. Not many resources there. And then it's this region right here, but there's quite a few deeds in that area. Right, so it depends on what you're looking for, right? It really does depend on what you're looking for. Servers should have all three open at one time. The problem was that they didn't know to what level it was gonna, like what was gonna happen. So there was a couple things that were unknown that happened. So one was they didn't know that they were going to get like thousands of people trying the game all at once. And then the second thing they didn't know was that once you try to get a couple thousand people all to try the game at once, that the lag would be intense. Now, they probably might have suspected that the lag would be bad, but they didn't know before it was happening how to fix it. So there was a couple weeks at the beginning of the server, after the server launch, where all it was trying to figure out how to fix it, how to fix the lag. Melody was probably ready to go. This server, Melody, the small one. So they opened up Harmony, and they probably had Melody in the bag, just in case it was needed. And they realized it was needed right on the first day, so they launched it maybe on the second day or the third day, I can't remember. They launched Melody. Lots of people came over to Melody. Include that's when I went over, and that's when Cats went over. And Melody was like lag. I don't want to say lag free, but it was playable. Whereas Harmony was still suffering bad lag. So they spent a month fixing the lag. There was several updates, and they spent a lot of time. And apparently, they fixed a lot of different things. Finally, fixed the lag. A lot more people were like there was just deeds cropping up everywhere. Almost the entire coastline of Harmony was taken. Like this server, almost the entire coastline of Harmony was taken by that point. And so they realized that if a new player comes in, which there were still new players coming in, they wouldn't be able to find a coastal spot, which is potentially a make or break thing for people. Like they could be running around, realize, wait a minute, there's nothing to deed here that they would want. There's no like coastal spot to deed, and so they easily could just be turned off by that. So the devs created Cadence at that point specifically to address that need. The need of like they wanted to create a server that would have so much space that is deedable space, like that is desirable space, that they would never need to open up another server again. And that was Cadence. Oh, one of the bowls was a bowl that was already there, apparently. So the reason why they didn't open up all three at the same time, it wasn't it wasn't the plan. And it was only in 20, it's like hindsight is 2020, right? Like in hindsight it would have been a good plan to have all three servers. It's just at the time they did not think that what was going to happen. Okay, so Catspur says the reason you like to recommend Cadence is A, it's easy to traverse, B, it feels alive because there's so many people, and C, there's a lot of noobs going through the same experiences that you. Yeah, all three of these things are totally true. So Cadence is my pick as well. And Casper is also saying that you can travel between servers by sailing with your boat. So even if you started on Cadence, you'd be able to come visit at any time. Totally, right? Like as right what I'm doing right now, I came to visit Zetran because he offered to let me use his olive tree forest to skill on, and he's on a completely different server than me, so I just sailed over. Yeah, you remember Harmony being walled off so you can save my skills? Then that's great. Yeah. Now, you can only traverse between the northern isles, right? So, Cadence, Harmony, Melody. These three are connected. Defiance, you can go through Portal. That's where it gets a little bit more confusing, but yeah, you can go through these three servers. What's happening here? Yep, we're good. So now going down this row. Okay, do you guys know how to cut up a dead horse? Okay. Yeah, if you click take, it's in your inventory. So you're probably walking slow. And if it's your farm, then what you need to do to butcher a horse is to activate a butchering knife. If you don't have a butchering knife, a carving knife will do. Okay, so you just go to your carving knife and you activate it. You make it green, so it says that down here, activated carving knife, and then right click, and then you should have the option to butcher. How do you get to inventory? You're in first person, can't get out of it. Okay, so to get out of first person, does minus on the numpad work? Oh yeah, minus on the numpad works. I did not know that. I always use the mouse to do it. So if you hold left so that you're looking around and you use the middle button, mouse wheel, you can scroll it that way. Also, I think the keybind V was by default to switch, but apparently minus, I guess plus moves in and minus moves out. Poti Tiger, how is Wurm Online doing? Haven't been on it in ages. Got annoyed by how fast things would decay. Wurm's been doing good. I mean, I'm a long-time player, so I would say that Wurm's doing better than it has, you know, it's doing better now than it has been at other points in its history, I'd say. There's still quite a few people playing, not as many as there were before. Let's see. It's really late right now, right? It's like almost midnight EST, and there's 423 people playing. In prime time, you might see 600 or 700 people playing. So the numbers are down from before, but not as low as they've used to be. So you love Harmony, best server you think you'll never live on the others. Yep. Everybody has their home base that they love. And Katz is absolutely correct. Koti, if you own the land, nothing decays. I mean, there's like select few things that will decay, but you can pretty much save everything. It didn't change. It's always been that way. It's always been that way. If you own the deed, nothing decays. It's not true that it always was that way to a degree, right? So like it's always been the case that buildings never decay on deed. So all buildings and structures like fences and buildings never decayed on deed. There's a few other things, but then they changed it so that all decorative items don't decay on deed either. Then they also added in like things like boats and carts and quite a few other things like your forges and stuff like that's not going to decay on deed. A spinning wheel that's sitting on the ground won't decay. Your bulk storage bins won't decay. You won't lose anything in your bulk storage bins. Like all of this stuff got added in, but that got added in like 2014 maybe. Like we're talking ancient change that, and it's been like that for a long time. Where like nothing decays on deed aside from food and maybe your tools and that sort of stuff if you leave it on the ground. But yeah, most things don't decay. You can build on free land, however, it's real pain because stuff decays. It's total game changer to own the land. Then it's blissfully chill. Totally. Yeah, if you own the land, you pay for it. You can keep stuff for a really long time. Totally. Okay, so you figured it out, Rippins? Good. Harmony is me first and only home. Yep. Back in the day, furniture used to decay on deed. Yeah, exactly. Furniture is much better. It's like 23 gold a month. No, it's not. What's 23 gold a month? To own land? No. Yeah, that was changed a few years ago already, yeah. But you bought everything like beach, middle land, and mountain. You mean your deed is 23 gold a month? Ribbons. That's a lot of money. That is a lot of money. It was a way long time ago, so knowing my luck, I was probably zero clue what I was doing. Just remember, it was before they came out with unlimited version on Steam. Okay, so that was quite a while ago. So it is possible that back then things decayed on deed, like furniture and that sort of stuff. But I feel like they changed it around the time when decorating became like much more. There was a time where it was like there wasn't really much to the game, like houses only had one story and there weren't that many furniture items. Like all the new furniture items weren't in the game yet. was like 1 or 2 tables and like a couple chairs. Maybe there was only one chair, and you would never really make them because they kind of look bad. But then once they started adding in all the new furniture stuff, like the wardrobe and the coffer and the like all the new like the new bed and everything like that, then it was around that time they changed it so that nothing decayed. Yeah, surely it's silver. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Rippins. Are you sure it's not 23 silver per month? But you paid until 2023. Holy crow! Yeah, 23 silver. Yeah, yeah, totally. That's still a very large deed you have there. 23 silver. That's more than I've ever had on an upkeep on a deed for sure. And that's with a trader. Oh my gosh. Oh, wait, sorry. Backing up. Zetrin, the combined upkeep of your 2Ds is 24 silver, and that's with a trader. You're going to have to check your alt deed. Yeah. By the way, you can check from your character window. Yes, this is totally true. So I disembarked again. Okay, so you can go into your character like this thing, character window. Right click the body at the bottom, and you go to manage, and your settlement should be here. The reason why I don't have it here is because I don't have a settlement on Harmony. But you can add to upkeep from this menu, this manage menu. Okay, so right click the body and it should give you that option. Yeah, still a huge deed. You own an island on Xanadu and you pay 16 silver a month, and even that's considered huge. Yes, that is like I'm trying to think. Autumn Twilight was I can't remember the exact size, but it was something. It might have been like I don't want to exaggerate because but I'm thinking it was like maybe 45 by 65 or something like that tiles, which I felt was big. Might have been more than that. And I think it was like 12 silver or something like that a month. It was something like that. It might have been bigger. I don't know. You got a 62 by 50 and it's only 4 silver a month. They did reduce. Did they reduce? Oh no, they only reduced the planting. So 60 by 50 is only 4 silver a month. 62 by 50 is 3,100 tiles. Oh, with a trader. I'm trying to remember, what is the cost per tile for upkeep? Can't remember. Is it like 10 iron or 20 iron or something like that per tile? I can't remember. Where to find the size? It's 22 silver, 50 copper. Holy. I think you should find the size in the info. So if you go to, I won't be able to show it to you because it's not here, but under manage, there'll be a settlement option which will open up a new set of options, and then one of them is info. I've like totally ignored Griffith here. He's all he's doing is moving pottery bowls, and he's not even doing a good job of that. Okay, so clay bowl, clay bowl. Okay, let's see if I can fit the rest of my inventory. Probably should be okay. Okay. 204 by 69. Holy. That is enormous. That is absolutely enormous. That's ridiculously enormous. Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, I'm trying to remember then. Autumn Twilight must have been bigger than that 60 by 40 that I said. Because it was 12 silver a month, although traders didn't do what they do now. You wanted the space. You totally don't need that much space. That's for sure. Um, I mean, there are reasons to have a lot of space. Um, like for example, if you're going to do this sort of thing where you're planting particular trees for particular seasons, that's a good reason to have a lot of space. How did I not harvest these ones? I thought I went up and down those. Okay, so I'm just gonna finish these rows before I go on to those ones. And how's this doing? Okay. But now that I have it, yeah. So Rip, most Wurm players have anywhere from 1 to 5 silver per month. Yeah, that's like normal. We went really small this time around. So actually, I can show you on Griffith. So Griffith, manage, settlement, info. Okay, so this deed is tiny. It's not the minimum size, but its monthly upkeep is only 1 silver, 8 copper. So it's like we made it just a bit larger than the 1 silver, which is the minimum that you're going to pay. And the other deed we have is about the same size. We have 2 deeds like that. Now, granted, that does add a lot of limitations to what you can do. Um, we can't keep that many animals. We don't have that much space to farm. Um, Now, both deeds have a farm area, so the combined farm number tiled, I think, between the 2 deeds that we have is maybe 150 or 160 tiles or something like that, a farm. So, like, I've been prioritizing farm. But yeah, we don't really have space for animals. Like, I mean, in terms of what's the cap? What do they call it? Um, what do they call that thing with the animals? It says it right here. The tile per creature ratio. That's what it is. But yeah. Right. Yeah, I mean it can cost a lot to, but if you but yeah, it doesn't have to. So the way we have our deed set up, it's like doesn't cost all that much. Oh my gosh, it's like the how do I manage this inventory here? Okay, so can I pull some out? Yes. Put some in, pull some out. Put some in. Okay. Where am I here? Did I get all of these? I think so. So just pick that sprout and harvest. Let's just double check this one. Yeah, we're good. With a deed that big, they should let people have 2 traders on it. Yeah. Yep. I would say my advice to like newer players is to start small. You know, expand when you need it. Start with a place that you can feel like you can finish, you know. Start with like a deed that you could, like I'll put my house there, I'll put a little farm, I'll put like a fenced area for animals or whatever it is that you want to do with the space, and then expand if you feel like there's like you want to build something. I know that at the beginning of the server launch, there was this real urgency to deed, right? And then the thought was, if I don't expand, then somebody might come and plant a deed right next to me. And that was a real thing because there were so many people and there wasn't that much space. But now there's so much space and the number of people is quite a bit smaller. And so there's a lot less threat of somebody coming and planting a deed on all four sides of your deed. What am I missing here? There we go. It's these sprouts here. And it's because I didn't have the sickle activated is why. Okay, and then there's these ones. And you spread things out so much that I can't imagine losing any land. Oh, I have all the ships and own a lot of water. Water, I know I watch people use water for other things that I really didn't need it. No, don't let the deed start and die and start over. You could resize it, right? Like you can shrink it from one edge. I'd recommend that if you have a lot of water on your deed, you can shrink it so that you have just a little bit of water in front of your deed to keep some boats. You don't need a lot of water. And Buddha says, being boxed in can be fun though if your neighbors are cool. That is totally true. Like back near the beginning of the server, like beginning of when I first started playing, I remember the whole starter area around the starter town of Deliverance was like just jam packed. Jam packed. It was bustling. Like everywhere you go, there was people doing stuff. It was really fun to play in that environment. Of course, a lot of people also like the going off into the middle of nowhere sort of feeling too. So there's a little bit of both there. It was a bad rush. I put down my 50 by 50 right off the jump on Harmony. But now you can find land everywhere. Yeah, it's totally true. Yeah, you can resize anytime. You own the tallest mountain on Harmony. I remember that, barely any space. Yeah. And also, just to be clear, there's nothing wrong with having a huge deed. We're just surprised, yeah. Nothing, yeah. I've seen people with monstrous deeds. There's totally nothing wrong with it. Like, I kind of felt like Autumn Twilight, our original Autumn Twilight, that was our largest deed that we've ever had. And it wasn't even that large by comparison to some of the sizes you guys are saying here. And we wanted every inch of that deed to be something, right? Like it wasn't like we have all this massive land and we're going to just build over here. It's like every tile was something. And it was a huge project. It was a lot of work to build up that place. Just the castle area alone, which was only a third of the whole deed, took over. I think it was something in the vicinity of 80,000 bricks and mortar. It was something in that vicinity, just for that castle in the back alone. Oh, five, five bowls left over here. Okay, let's see what happens. Okay, pick. Harvest. You really done nothing. You have a 4x4 building and that's it. Open building. Besides some farmland and animal structures that are almost dead. How to pull up the map? Never mind. Okay, so the map is just this button on the quick bar. And Bear Claws, what is the tallest mountain in Harmony? J10? Good question. I don't know the answer to that. Let's see. J. I'm gonna say probably not. Like this one over here. It's actually really hard to tell from this map. It might be. Maybe the tallest mountain, but the other thing to consider is that, and I think we see this on some other servers. There's like a physical cap to how tall the land can be, and there's this. I think it's Xanadu. There's a couple mountains on Xanadu that were. I don't know how it happened. It must have been that the original map information, like the map height map or whatever, the information that went in to create the map was like taller than the constraints on the game. So it literally chopped off the top of the mountain and made it flat. There's a couple mountains like that in Xanadu. Yeah, you're jealous of those Xanadu mountains? Yeah. It's like not only are you way up there, it's already pre-terraformed for you to be perfectly flat. So IJ21 or 22 is where it is. I'll take a look in just a second. Let me queue these up. Oh, disembark. Happens so often. Then I gotta start this again. Harvest. Okay. You remember back when you started Wurm, if you saw a gorgeous place, you wanted to claim it. But then as you become more experienced with Wurm, you start to realize that all tiles are equal and you can completely transform the world to anything you want. That's totally true. Yeah. All tiles are created equal. Yeah. It is true. Like I there are times where I'll find a really nice spot. I'll look and I'll be like, man, this would be amazing to deed right here. But Katz is right. Any deed is just as good as another. I mean, there's certain things though about some places, like just having access to water that leads to the ocean, especially for traveling to visit other servers, right? Like if you're in the middle of Cadence, for example, and you don't have the access to water, then that becomes an issue, I think. I mean, you could then argue you can build a boat canal, but yeah. Yeah, not easy to build a mountain, although technically you could. It is true, you technically could. Yeah, open water is the thing for you, yeah. I mean, it is nice to have water. It specifically just to be able to travel to places. Like where we're located, it's just very convenient. Like we're located right on this little bit, and we have a canal, like a canal that goes right through the mountain right here, or it's not a mountain, but this hill. So we just drive our boat and come out, and we're at the border. We're right on the border. Compared to, let's say, if you were living right in this spot here, I mean, you would have to store your boat somewhere, right? Like maybe you'd have your boat down here and you'd have to ride to your boat. A little bit less convenient. Maybe I should just make like specifically harvesting and I don't know, hick sprout keybinds. I don't know. I really want this default keybind to work. I really like it. You don't even want to think about how much concrete would be needed. I know, to build a mountain. Not to mention that concrete has a limitation where I don't think you can. I don't think you can raise concrete to larger than 40 slope. Or it might even be less than that. It might be like 20 something slope. I think for some reason 26 comes to mind. There's a certain slope at which you can't raise the concrete anymore. Or raise the rock. Yeah, I think it might be 26 slope. Which isn't very much. Definitely not enough to build a mountain. Yeah, dirt, you can do dirt. Totally can do with dirt. For dirt mounds, yes, but you want to raise the rock, you need concrete, yeah. Concrete's not fun, I tell you that much. Concrete is not fun. Okay, let's see how we're doing here. So 47 there. 47. I'm missing 5 from this one, I think. Yeah. Missing 4? 47 there. Although I have one of those bowls has damage on it. So here's what I'm gonna do. Let's see. Does this one have a sprout? Yeah. And Griffith's going into the wall. Okay. I do have some pottery bowls over here. Let's see if I can snag a couple that don't have damage on them. And I'm just going to use those ones to round out the missing ones and the damaged ones. This. Okay. That. And there we go. Okay. Now that these are all ready, I'm going to switch to filling in just a second, but I'm going to finish this row just so I know it's done. And then I'm going to just practice with this filling, see how that goes. Think Zetron can explain concrete? Yeah. I mean, I've played around with a bunch of concrete. I just know that there's like some limitations to raising the land with concrete. And Rip, don't worry. I was just talking about hypothetical crazy idea of building literal stone mountain. Yeah. Of course, if you want to make a mountain, just make it from dirt. So I wasn't saying you should make it from concrete. Yeah, totally. Hey, Adam, what's the best way to do morning fog cast? Just casting your body over and over? Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's the way to do it. I don't think there's any benefit to casting on other people. Oh, and you never knew there was a max slope for concrete? Yeah, let's see. Can be used to raise corners to a maximum of 25 slope on PvP servers or 40 slope on PvE servers. Okay, so it's 40 on PvE. Why was I getting this idea of 26? I mean, it might have been a memory of actually doing that on the PvP server when I was on Chaos. It might have been that I was over there when I noticed there was a max. Yeah, so 40 is better than 25, but yeah, it's super flat. You're not making a mountain out of that. I mean, you could use that as like a base and then dirt the rest, although I don't know why you wouldn't just dirt the whole thing. Concrete is super annoying. You don't even have any neighbors anymore. They're all gone. I mean, your place is huge, so then let's see. You were saying J, I, J. So in this region, 22, what was it? 22, 23? Yeah, 21, 22. Sprout, that sprout. Okay. So you're right on this spot here. Yeah. And you have all the way into the water to the east. Yeah, I am sure there is tons of space on Harmony right now. There's definitely a lot of people left when Cadence opened. Oops, I meant to combine that. Okay. Oh, what I could be doing is chopping. Let's see. Do I have my knife here? I don't see my knife. Is it here? There it is. Okay. Let's put my knife there. It needs to be chopped herbs, right? You're finding so many saddles and horseshoes all over? Yeah. From all the horses dying. It happens. Especially if you're away for a while. You're at F15 and have like 7 or 9 people around my dude. Maybe because you're on a mountain. Yeah, it's true. Like, definitely has to do with the place, I'd say. Although you're on the water, so I would have expected some deeds along here to still be around. Like, it might be just that they're not on right now. Okay, so we'll end this with Xander for a second. I just want to sort of like, although I'm gonna need to chop. So I'm gonna chop 250 of these. So maybe I'll do that while I'm still picking. It's something I completely forgot I have to do. Okay. What's amazing is that I thought that I picked all of these. I might just be disoriented which way I am, but let's just go through these ones now. Because this is a lot of trees. Said Trent, if you're still here, you have a massive, massive olive forest. I think it's more than the 200 to 300 that you said. Because there's this whole area, and then there's that whole area back there that I haven't gotten to yet either. And I've definitely picked more than... I'm probably coming up to 300 now. Yeah, you planned to 400, but then made those pass, so you didn't want to overestimate. Okay. I might have to make me a faster knife for this process. Oh, and my... how many times have I said Griffith needs to eat in this dream already? Oh, boy. Okay, if I can put this back in here, right? Yeah, and then it becomes chop time. Where is it? Chop time. Okay, good. Okay, I'm going to do that first because waiting for that stamina to come back. And I'm missing all the sprouts too. And it looks like Xander needs to eat too. Okay. Let's see here. I need to also make myself a pizza for beverage making. But for now, I will eat this one. Just get my CCFP up. And then refresh. Alright. Let me put the anvil away. Good. Xander's still going. Which one am I picking? This one? Nope. Oh, I'm picking the sprout from the raspberry bush that's here. But that's okay. Skill is skill is skill. Ah, I ran too far. All right, so let's go back to chopping time. With Bloody Drongo, I don't think anything went down. Like, it wasn't anything in particular. I think this game has a lot of that, you know? There are people who play this game for forever and then one day just stop. And whether or not you come back all depends on all sorts of things. So like I know I have met and were friends with so many people who came through this game, like played so long, would be considered veterans of the game, then to leave and never to come back. And it's just that they moved on, you know? I think that's the situation with Bloody Drongo. He just moved on. Here's the reality. Like, sure, he wants to grow a stream. That's definitely part of it, but that's because he has fun streaming and has fun growing his channel. And that's part of his playing the game. And you got to remember, like, it wasn't always like that. He wasn't always a streamer. He played Wurm for a long time before becoming a streamer. But yeah. And Buddha, you go through cycles of playing for a few months every couple of years. Yeah, and you were always like that. I remember. And I'm somewhat similar. I, you know, although I would say it's more than a couple months every year or every couple of years. More than a few months every couple of years. But I'll have long breaks. But no matter what, it feels like I never find another game that has me hooked like this game. I always come back though. Yeah, that's true. I'll be honest though, it would have been hard for me to say I would definitely have come back if it wasn't for the Steam launch. I was definitely feeling the end of life, the last round of coming back. Because that whole last round of coming back, we didn't do anything um, regarding developing anything. Honestly, we came back, we finished the labyrinth. Okay, because like that was like our big push. Like we had taken this massive long break. When we came back, it was we're gonna finish the labyrinth now, and we pushed and got the labyrinth done. And we didn't stream any of that, so we were back and pushing the labyrinth without streaming. Then we started streaming like the the opening of the labyrinth. We had a massive event for it. We streamed that. And the whole time we had a plan that right after that was done, we were going to continue streaming. So we had tried to come up with an idea, like what are we going to do for that stream? So the idea was we were going to drop all of our gear, like shed everything, leave everything at our deed, and get whisked away to another server randomly and start from scratch. And so we did that. And that was fun at for probably a month or so. It was like really fun. But then we got ourselves back to the point where we were before. Like all of our skills were really high to begin with. So remaking all of our gear didn't take all that long. And then we had a deed on our hands that we couldn't manage because there was just too much work there. Oh, I'm not even paying attention to this. So we eventually abandoned that idea. And we weren't motivated to make anything really. And so we stopped streaming and then we stopped playing. And then yeah. I was really feeling like we weren't coming back after that. Because there was no more things to do, you know? Like we would have had to restart and think of something else to do. And I was getting to that point where I tried to come back a little bit. Like I tried to grind stuff, but then it felt like I was just grinding for grinding's sake again. Like back to that thing we were talking about way earlier. Like if you don't have like that big goal, that thing that you're going to be working towards, then working on your skills is not motivating. And so I was doing that for a bit. I was doing my weaponsmithing, which also felt like just a grinding for grinding's sake. Um, yeah, it's just like I got to the point where I felt like I did everything that I wanted to do. There wasn't anything else left. So then when the Steam launch was announced, it was like, this is an opportunity to start all over from the beginning again. And now there's a whole bunch of stuff to do. Do I find it hard to do this without Brian around? Nah. But cats, you go through cycles too. You think we all do. But then when I sink my teeth in, I sink it deep. Yeah, I know. Me too. Like I think you and Kat should do one, like you and Brian does. Would be cool. Maybe. Yeah, that'd be cool. When Adam was on vacation, you did one with Faye. Yep, I remember that. I think you can still catch that one on our YouTube channel, probably. The saddle I found was 71 quality. After repair, it was 60, and I found a live horse. Nice. Weaponsmithing increased. Yes, that looks about right. 0.0002. Yep. I never got it that high. I think my weaponsmithing got to mid 70s or something like that. But yeah. Oh, a link to the factional fight one? Yeah, it was a factional fight one. Oh yeah, and did Brian go on to your stream too? I'm trying to remember. I can't remember. Or you put wait, occasional guests visiting each other when it's a fun idea from time to time for sure. Yeah. My goal was land, but I think overdid it. Yeah, sounds like you overdid it a little bit, but here's the problem with the goal being land is that once you place the deed, then you finished. So the goal should be, what are you going to do with that land? Like, and it's like literally anything, right? Like I was watching Catspur's Wurm stream just recently, and there was like this really nice deed, but just on one side of the deed there was this big pyramid, just a dirt pyramid, and you just have to know, like that person was like, you know what? I'm gonna build a pyramid. You gotta go gather the dirt, you gotta cart it over, and they're just gonna build it, and it's just like these types of things you can just do whatever you want, and make it look however you want. Okay, so Kat's got the stream up. Yeah, I remember that. You learned that later, but it had just launched on Steam. It took me almost 18 hours to find what I did, and you had no idea. Yeah, yeah. Sipaku, you're saying you could have roleplayed like your tunes were vampires, since you would always get nighttime when we were recording. That is totally true. Now that happened because like the Worm days cycles happens the same way every day. Like it's an exact every what is it? Worm time goes 8 times faster, right? So in a 24-hour period, um, there's 8 worm days. Like precisely, like every worm day is 3 hours. So like at 9 p.m. our time, every day, it's like clockwork. It's like going to be nighttime, and at that time when we were streaming, we would always be streaming exactly at the same time. It might have been 7 actually. I can't remember. There was a scheduled time that we started our stream every single time. So it was always dark exactly at the beginning of the stream. And Griff, come to think of it, no, you didn't ever get around to having Faye visit your stream. I think his work is busy time started around then. Yeah. How to add the saddle to your horse. Okay, so is the horse branded? Because if it's branded, then all you need to do is take the saddle that's in your inventory and drag it onto the horse. Click and drag. That is a new feature that was just added with the animal update. If the old way of doing it was that you had to right click, look, equipment, open this window, and then you had to expand this all to see all of the spots on the horse, and then drag the saddle onto the torso. But they changed it now so that, and now you can right click, and there should be an equipment option here, and then unequip all, and it will take everything off the horse and put it in your inventory with one click. You always try and tame that, yeah. So that used to be that was like a long time ago. They changed that, where you had to tame them to equip them, and that was a thing. Okay, so I think I did all of these ones, but it's the other side that I didn't do. And what about these ones? Did I do all these ones? I'm like disoriented, so I don't even know where I am compared to where we started. Hold on, let's turn this off. I am like, you know what I should do? I should just pause this for a second. Although I am kind of curious to where I am, so let me see. Let me see, where didn't I do? I feel like I just did these three, so possible it's this way? No, all these look done. Oh yeah, this was the first rows that I did, okay. Yeah, it used to be that, like a long time ago, it used to be that you had to tame them. But they changed that, so if you brand them to your deed, then you don't need to tame them. So that one needs harvesting. This one needs harvesting, okay. So this row needs it. Yes. That is one thing that really bugs me, is that when you're taking your horses to another server, now because you don't have a deed there, they're not branded, and so you have to tame them in order to equip them. And I guess there's no way to solve that problem, like from a game developer sort of perspective. But it would be nice if I had my horses branded, that somehow, some way, they would remain branded on another server to me, but I don't know. Oh, and I really want to focus on Griffith for a second, though, but I do also want to do this too. This is actually, I'm having a lot of fun harvesting. Oh, I can't get through these trees. Okay, I only want to get to like 200 or so, 250, whatever it is. 235 is all I need. Let's see where I'm at in that. Do I... Chopped. I'm looking for chopped. 47. Okay. I'll get there. You just found chain barding. You thought it was a dead horse. If you're caring for it, yeah. Like if you're caring for it, exactly. Yeah, it's a D thing. One more tree. I know. I'm finding this out just now. I never had the experience of becoming addicted to harvesting, and now I'm starting to get the bug. Which one am I doing? I must be harvesting this one here. Right, that's true, yeah. With the taming, aggressive mobs kill tamed animals. You always have to untame before you start going off. There's this bug with untaming. So if you're riding your horse while it's tamed, and then you untame it, it gets all wonky. Like it doesn't ride properly anymore. You have to like disembark and embark on it for it to fix. Yes, I totally agree. Even as a non-harvester, when they introduce the visual fruits on the trees to show that they are ready to be picked, I definitely appreciated that. And I wasn't even like using it to harvest. It just seems such an immersive thing to add. There have been so many of those like little additions to the game over the years that have really gone a long way to making the game look nice and be that much more immersive. And I'm forgetting about Griffith again. You know what? I wonder. What if I just turn off the Xander one? That might help. Only listening for the Griffith. So just got to shore and there was like 20 empty creature cages here. Yeah. Why are they not yours? So I wonder, like, are they on your deed? Bear Claws, you're plus oneing the addition to the trees. Okay, so they're on your deed. What would have been really unfortunate is if somebody came by with a boat, unloaded all 20, and then realized they lost permission to it. Unless they're like, did you make them or are they yours or I don't know. But there is a thing where if you unload onto somebody else's deed, it all of a sudden becomes not yours anymore. Especially if your deed permissions are set so that if you let people unload onto your deed but not load, which is kind of an annoying setting if you have it that way. I'd recommend, if you don't want to make enemies, to not set it that way. Okay. So you remember your neighbor asking you to give them their friends' cages, so you did. Yeah. What is the dev team working on for the next update? So if things are still the same as before, The next update after the husbandry update would be the exploration update. Now, what we know about that update, very little. It's supposed to be an update where they add things to encourage you to get off your deed and go explore. But how, what, why, we have no idea the details. Um, there are a few other things on the docket that it could be as well. Um, they've talked about adding things like being able to hang things on walls, floating docks. So the cat's a pirate update. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know exactly if the plan is still the same as it was back then. Um, they haven't said anything specific since the roadmap. But I do know that currently they're still working on the animal husbandry update. So we shouldn't be like getting ahead of ourselves. Things are going to be probably moving slower than we would want them to. But I think it should go as slow as it needs to because I think the next update needs to be, it needs to be a good one. Let's put it that way. Are you talking, Rippins? Are you talking about like the unloading and loading thing? I mean, it's only like if your deed is set so that you allow people to unload onto your deed but not to load, what you're basically doing is setting it so that people can accidentally lose their stuff on your deed, essentially. And then if it happens to you, like imagine you pull up to a deed and you unload your horses, and you unload your cart, and then you realize you just lost your horses in your cart, and now you can't get them back, and it's like done. There's no turning back at that point. And imagine you had just sailed from another server. Yeah, it's just a horrible feeling when that happens. Oh, okay. So Sipiku says you would like them to put in the account update, let you have multiple tunes on one account, like most MMOs do. Well, while I would like them to do that as well, if that update takes like the better half of a year, I don't know if it's worth it. Right? Like imagine they spend a ton of time and all we get out of it is being able to have one account with multiple characters. Like it's not going to change anything about the actual gameplay or the game mechanics or what we can do. It's only changing the account. And if it's going to take them too long, I'd rather they worked on content myself. So Bear Claus, you're suggesting maybe making uniques like the Rift in some way. Um, so yeah, like where they are timed, that would get you off your deed. Do you go to the rifts, Bear Claws? And you thought there was a way for them to stay off your deed. I should have caught on but logged on and asked and logged off for months. Yeah. So you love them, yeah. I mean, I honestly wish they came up with a solution for the uniques. Part of me feels like it's a little too late. I mean, it's never too late, but it's like it's been going on for so long that people have been hunting these uniques that it is a play style for some people, right? Like some people, all their effort and time is invested in just finding uniques. Not. I mean, they build their character up and stuff like that, but their big project is hunting the uniques, and if you take that away from those people, they're not gonna. That's not good. So maybe the solution is to add something else, right? Because those same people will argue that the uniques do get them off their deed, right? They go hunt the uniques, and that's like exploration for them. Yeah, I can't see why they can't make unique so everyone can enjoy them. It's a tricky thing, and Seppuku has like a piece of the puzzle here, and it's that the reason why the uniques are the way they are is because of the fact that when they drop the scale and leather, it's very unique, and that if you make it so that everybody can get that material as easily as, let's say, like rift mats, let's say, or you make it like the rift shoulder pieces where everybody can work towards getting Drake or scale, then all of a sudden the Drake and scale isn't like you gotta like notice that the value of the Drake and scale armor is really expensive. I would venture to estimate that in order to make a leather Drake set, it would probably cost you somewhere in the vicinity of 400 to 500 silver on the new server. And then to make a scale set would probably be double that right now. And that the reason why. Let me restart that. To have items in the game that are that valuable is really good for the game. Like it's really good for the game to have items that people are willing to spend 400 silver for. Now, to explain why that's really good for the game is really hard to explain. But hopefully it's like at least a little bit obvious. Like the the fact that people are willing to put that money into the game is a testament to the value of the game to them. Right? You have enough people that are willing to put that much money to buy things in the game is just good for the game overall. But if all of a sudden you make these things that are so valuable easily accessible by everyone, then it devalues a lot about the game. I don't know if that makes sense. Give people 0.01 hide per kill to everyone. Take 50 times going to kills to make a boot. Here's the problem though. You give everybody 0.1 hide, let's say. 300 people show up to every one now. Now how many sets are getting inputted into the economy? Right? on the flip side, you're right. Like yeah, it's like, yeah, because that would be only like maybe one set or something like this. I don't know. Hey Val, what's going on? You just woke up. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Trying to get stuff done. I'm finding that I've become addicted to. Whoops, not doing that. To harvesting fruits. Why? 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 You know what it is? I'm seeing these olives here, and I'm wondering where are they coming from? They're coming from this one. I'm currently working on my forestry skill, working it slowly. It's actually I got 9 points, 9.5 points tonight, and that's in addition to the 10 points I got early in the day. Let me see. I started at 17, so I've gotten 20, almost 22 points today, and I just don't feel like I want to stop. I want to keep going, and I keep getting distracted because really what I'm trying to do, this was my primary thing, is I'm trying to set up a beverage making setup. So I built these forges. Now current and then I filled them. I made pottery bowls that fill up all the forges. Now I'm chopping the thyme and I'm going to make tea. And I'm going to experiment with 5 forges to see what pan filling looks like for beverage making. So I'm going to fill them all up and see what happens to my beverage skill. Well, it's getting late, man. I better get moving. Yeah, it's not hard to get 80s forestry if you enjoy it. I know it's just, I think I might actually get there at some point. I think I'm gonna have to build some tools. Like currently, I'm using a 71 circle of cunning 30 quality tool. I'm gonna have to look into maybe enchanting myself a nice skiller, a nicer skiller one. Plus, I also kind of want to make now a fast one, high quality fast one. Am I going to the rift down by my joint? I think the melody rift is done. All the rifts that are happening are not good times, right, for me. I think that ugh, I think that the harmony rift is at 5 a.m. or something like that, my time. And at 80, you get harvest 4 from anything older than mature. Interesting. That's nice. That's interesting. I'm wondering, I still feel like I'm getting 2, right? I probably get 2 until 60 or something. You haven't gone to bed yet, and it's 8 a.m. over there. Wow. That is late. Yeah, at 27 you get 2, and at 53 you get 3. Okay. So I'm somewhere in between there. I need another 15 points, 14 points to get to 3. Oh, it's in the afternoon in Australia. Yeah, I can see that. Okay. But really, I got to focus on this. This is the task. This should be the primary. I even have a ding to tell me when he's ready to go, but I just get so caught up in not only chat, but just where's the next tree to harvest. And I know about yes, I did figure that out, but not just like maybe a few days ago. I realized like overaged trees don't have fruit, but if you prune them to very old, then they will produce the fruit. Yes, I did. See that. And Katz is saying the longer you wait, the more tree yields. Are only skill based. So by the sounds of it, it's only skill based. Yeah, I think it's only skill based. So that makes sense if it's like 27. Because I did notice like a moment, all of a sudden I'm getting 2 from every olive. So is that when you're saying like even on the first day, the tree pops with the thing, and right away you harvest, you can get 4 right there. Whoops, I'm disembarking again. Gosh. Okay, what was I doing here? Picking this sprout, and I gotta go to Griffith. I mean, if you wait, you might get some trees that were young. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's not. Yeah, that's not worth it to wait for that. If there's a forest, you may as well go at the beginning. It sounds like. It also looks like, and I said this earlier, I'm gonna have to make myself a fast knife for this. Because, and while these actions aren't that long, they're long enough. 7 seconds. Right, no worries, Val. Yeah. Sprout, sprout, harvest. I can't wait for Xander to get the 4th skill, the 4th action. Let's see. His mind logic is 20. He just hit 29. Okay, so one more point, and then I will have 4 actions on Xander. It always seems like priests have a hard time getting their characteristics up. I suppose one thing I could do is just do the hot food cooking grind for Xander. I do have a ton of low quality meat. I could probably just turn that into mind logic for Xander. Yeah, do a round of hot cooked food. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, and this skill is still moving. It's pretty good. That sprout. You know. I think that one I need to pick 2. But I was too busy. Okay. Still too busy. I mean, it's not like I need the olive sprouts, honestly. Just doing it for the skill. Let's see all those fit together. Good. You did a ton of mining before you started them off. As priests, you mean? Yeah, and that would have gotten them a good chunk of mind logic. Yeah, no, I'm a Vin, so can't mine anymore. And a lot of Griffith's mind logic probably comes from imping. So CA help confirms that waiting doesn't actually help at all. So that's news to you. Yeah, I know. It's like we're learning so much, cats. This stream has just been a learning experience. And I'm certain I'm going to learn something about beverage filling, like the tea making. Like all of the alcohol stuff is actually a mystery to me. Like I have this idea that you can just press juice and somehow leave it to turn into alcohol. I don't even know how that process works exactly. I just remember with wine, before the cooking update, you would press grape juice and then mix it with maple syrup. No. What did you do with the grape juice? I can't remember even. Now you have to do it with maple syrup, but I kind of remember it was like much easier before the cooking update. And then all of a sudden there's stills and fermented stuff and distilled stuff. I got all these things and I don't know any how to do any of it. Okay, look at all these on diagonal. And then I go back this way, I think. And then there's all these ones over here that I haven't gotten to. Gosh, there is a lot of trees here. Okay, where am I in the chop time? 160. Okay, getting there. Yeah, there's no way I can make this rift. It's 1 a.m. and it's gonna start in 4 hours. Like I'm feeling like I'm gonna finish the time 235, and then I'm gonna try to fill it all into the bowls. That's gonna take a bit of fumbling because I want to figure out if I can somehow get the water and the time in at the same time with one swipe. I don't know if it's possible. I don't think it's going to be possible, but if there's a way, I'm going to try and find it. Yeah, the rifts right now are in a really bad time. They're in a great time for Australia, I'd say, and possibly like the eastern side of Europe and anything east of there. But for North America, the times are really late, and so 2 a.m. your time, Zetran. You're on the West Coast. It sounds like then, and so the next riffs are going to be like 4 or 5 a.m. your time, and then the next ones after that are going to be like 7 or 8. Like I think the Cadence one was at midnight, so that one wasn't so bad, or just maybe like 11 or something like that. My time. But then the melody one was like 4 or 5 a.m., 4 a.m. or 3 a.m. I don't know, sometime like in the middle of the night. So right now they're in a bad time. Best way to get a point in the rift. Well, aside from healing, is just tagging, which means, so you see, like, no, well, if you're a faux priest and you just go and you cast Light of Foe on the massive crowd of people, yeah, you gotta heal everyone. So you can't just, so it, the the best way would be if you're a faux priest and you just bring a whole lot of favor in the form of either just favor items that you sacrifice at the altar, or that's the way I would recommend it. So you take a whole lot of favor, you just oversack it. So you have like 400 favor in your pool, and you just go and cast Light of Foe on everyone. And then you wait, like not over and over again. Just cast Light of Foe. You wait till stuff dies. You cast Light of Foe again. You know, you keep people alive, because what happens is that you'll get a point for everything that dies by somebody that you healed. But if it's main tune, the best is tagging, for sure. Tagging. So what tagging means is you target the mob so that the fight window comes up, like where you can choose the direction of your attack, and then you move to the next mob, and you keep doing that, because you get a point for every mob that you target when it dies. Now, this strategy is both the best and it's also looked down upon at the same time. So if the whole time all you're doing is tagging and somebody like notices that you're tagging, like that is you're just going up to the mob, you target it, and then you move to the next one and target it, and you move to the next one and target it. You're not taking any swings. Um, People look down on that kind of play, because if you're doing that, then you're not actually contributing to the fight. Like the mobs aren't going to be dying by your hand, so other people are going to have to pick up the slack. If everybody was doing that, then the rift would probably fail pretty badly. Yeah, and it's not fair. Like, the unfortunate part is that this is the way that the rifts are programmed. The rifts are programmed so that you'll get a point if you just target the mob once. It has to be within range, but if you target it and it's in range, you will get a point when it dies. And you don't have to wait for it to die while targeting it. You can just move on to the next one, and you just go around and target everything that you can. But the way that I usually do it, and it's like I'll get decent points, but I'll never be on the top, is I'll run into like I'll see a group of bad guys, right? And I'll run into them, and I have a hotkey to target them, and I'll just go target, 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 and then I'll stay on the last one, and I'll kill them all. I'll go back and kill them all, make sure all of them are dead. Then I move over to the next group, and I target, 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 and then I stay there and kill them all, sort of thing. So I'm like switching between tagging and killing, and I make sure that if stuff needs to be killed, that it's getting killed. But there are periods of time where targeting is, or like tagging is like, there's like good opportunity for tagging. So there are moments where it's okay to tag. But oh, it's because I don't have my sickle. Yeah, that's pretty much how you do it too, cats. Yeah. Like, you have 78 fight skill and go to fight in the right killing tons, and I get like half the points most people do. Yeah. Yeah. But cats, you have to be within attack range in order to get the tag. So you can't be just targeting things that are far away. You have to be like up against them. Yeah, and I mean, you see these people and they'll just be tagging the whole rift, like from beginning to end. That all they're doing is tagging. Um, it doesn't, and then they end up on the top of the leader. There's really not that much value in getting to the top of the top. There's like increments, right? So like if you're above 60, you're gonna get rewards, and then I think the maximum it might be 300 or something like that. And anything above 300 doesn't. I might be wrong actually. I'd have to look more into it. Should be good to go. Yeah, you got your coffee. Yeah, a lot of people have been calling for it to be reworked. Right, tagging doesn't take away anything from other people other than that fact, right? Like other than the fact that you're not contributing to killing things. Um, and that could be a problem, right? Like if because if everybody was tagging and nobody was killing things, then, then the rift would not only take that much longer, but lots of people are gonna die, and it's gonna get really annoying, and things will go slowly. Like the rift goes the best. Like I went to the Melody Rift, not the most recent one, but the one before that, and there was only like 12 of us or something, or like 18 of us. Like there was a small group of fighters, and so, but the Rift went so smoothly, and I know that it's scaled, right? Like there's less mobs because there's less people, but there's less people, right? Like you think only like maybe 18 people, and there's mobs to kill. But what ends up happening when there's a small group is that everybody stays together. Nobody wants to stray because if you stray, it's not like you can be covered by somebody else. So everybody's staying in this tight little group, and we all move together. We kill the mob, and we're all targeting the same thing, and it dies like in a second. And then we all move to the next one, and it dies in a second. So in the end, what ends up happening is you don't have to tag because only one mob is dying at a time, and everybody's targeting it, so everybody's getting credit for every mob. And the it went so much smoother. Like the rift just each mob it was like nicely or like, I don't know how to describe it, but it felt good when it was like that. Compared to when there's like 150 people and it's just chaos. The whole thing is just nothing is going right. Everything is taking forever. Mobs are just not going down, and it just feels like a big mess of stuff. And that's when I just it just I don't know. Riffs like that are a little bit frustrating. Okay, so you were there, Bear Claws. Everyone was saying tank for us, Bear Claws. I said sure, just get behind me, guys. Yeah, that melody riff felt good. Like I went to the cadence one because they were back to back, right? I went to the cadence one and I sailed my boat over. I got lost along the way, so it took me a while to get to the melody one, but I finally arrived, and it it literally felt like a completely different event than the one I just came from. It's crazy that people wouldn't want to take advantage of all the fight skilling possibilities. I actually did a couple tests, and I found that fight skill and weapon skill that you get at the rifts are low compared to if you just go hunting by yourself. It's more than double. It's less than half the amount of skill at the rifts. Rifts. The reason why you get so small skill at rifts is because first of all, weapon skill is based off of the percentage of damage you do to the mob on the hit, right? So if you hit the mob and half its health gets chunked away, you're going to get a lot of weapon skill. But if you hit the mob and only like a sliver, then you get very little skill in your weapon. Fight skill gets divided amongst all the attackers. So if there's 20 people attacking, then you're going to get 1/20th of the amount of fight skill that you would normally get. So that gets cut. And you're getting some skill. Like your skills do go up, but it's if you go out hunting by yourself to a place where there's mobs all over, you will get so much more skill that way. Yeah. Like I think I went to those two rifts back to back, and I got just over one weapon, like staff skill. My staff skill went up by one, maybe, for two full rifts. Now you got to remember, a rift is like 2.5 hours, right? So we're talking like 5 hours of fighting, and it's like constant fighting. And I got 1 point. Then I go over to the on one of the streams that I did, where I just went over to the desert, and I killed maybe I think it was after killing maybe 20 things. And I looked down at my staff skill and I already have double that. Like I already went up by two or something like that. It was like something crazy. Like I was only there for like 40 minutes and I'm like, how do I have double the amount of skill that I got from two back to back rifts? It just made no sense to me. Yeah, Grip showed up late and still took over me in points. Yeah, yeah, I did probably do that. Did come late, and I was moving up in the ranks. Yeah, you get nothing in fight skill. Yeah. Okay, I just went off the beaten path here. These ones are good to harvest. Yeah, the way I did that was I made sure that everything that died that I had tagged it. Yeah, no, now is not the time for coffee. It's 1 a.m. Now is the time for sleep. Sleep is what I actually need. But I really want to just try one round of like putting stuff into the pans or the pots, the bowls is what I need to say. And this is really like I really love watching skills go up. Like that's one of the I like watching numbers, and this one here is getting really close to 40. Can't wait for it to just tick over to 40. Okay, what about this one? Yep, this one, that one. No. Oh, okay, so it's this row and this row. Okay, so it's here. And how's my chop time doing? 2:23. Okay, so I'm getting close. Yeah, in a small rift, I feel like it's feasible to target to tag everything and still feel like you're contributing to the fight. In the big rifts where like just mayhem and chaos is happening, um, just make sure that you tag the things that are around you. You know, like tag, and then fight. Create a hotkey for tagging, right? So that way you don't have to right click, attack, target everything. Um, Here, I'll take off my weapon, but I have a hotkey. So if I press this, like watch up here, if I press this, it'll target. Oh, never mind. I'm on Zetran's Deed, which is preventing me from attacking. But the hotkey, make a hotkey for it, and it'll make it super easy to tag. Oh, and I should also add how to make that hotkey because it's not so straightforward. Oh my gosh. Disembarking is killing me. Okay. That's a disembark. Where's the sprouts? Here and here. Okay. So let me get this started. And so how to make a hotkey, because In the hotkey place, actually, let me see. Target, yeah. There is, oh, maybe, never mind. It's right here. It's right here. It's this one. Target hostile. I actually didn't think they had a hotkey in this menu, but they do. It's the target hostile one. So I set it to Control E, and so I just sit there and Control E the whole way. So I can go to a riff with an alt and stay in defensive and tag and get more points than everybody and never kill nothing. Yep, that is true. You have to move, right? So you have to like be moving around and getting close to the mobs. But yep, and you're right when you say that it feels like something's not right about it. Because something's definitely not right about it. All right. So I have a couple pottery bowls here. And I have my measuring jug right here. I'm going to need to go get a barrel of water. Yeah, it's definitely not right. There's something wrong with the way that the rifts work. There've been, over the time that I remember, there's been changes to it, but it always had the tagging thing, right? They never got rid of the tagging thing. But there was some change. I don't know exactly the details of the change, though. I know one change they made was that they made it so that healers get a lot more credit than they used to. Okay, so let's start out just a little bit slowly here. Ugh. I'm too far away. Okay, I might have to just adjust some things here. I don't want this too close. I want it close enough that I can reach everything. Yep. Okay. So let's just start first by putting in a pottery and then doing a lore on it. Okay. Um, so just the herb on its own. Oh, that's because I have the time, not the chop time. What did I do that for? Okay, so chopped time. That's what I'm looking for. And I'm still guessing that's going to make a breakfast. Okay, so let's set the volume to small. Let's just do 10 grams. Not enough water. Looks like it should be between 320 and 400 grams. 480. So that's an annoying weight. That's a really annoying weight. Okay, let me turn off sleep bonus here. Yeah, the rift stuff valiance. Yeah, but it's. I mean, the experience of a rift is fun, and for those people who don't know that mechanic, they're still having fun, but they're the whole time they're wondering, why aren't my numbers going up? And then you realize, like, to make your numbers go up, like, you get 1 point for everything that dies so long as you've targeted it. That's how you get a point. The rift still is fun after you learn that. It's just what you're doing in the rift is a little bit different. So the feel bad part about it is there's people who don't know how it works, and then there's people who do know how it works. And it's actually hard to explain it, right? So like you'll see people trying to explain it to you, but it's like they'll say you have to tag them on points. You get points for tag, and it's like it's hard to explain the tagging. So like the fact that I'm able to verbal like say it, with words makes it more clear. But I see people trying to explain it in text to the Rift, but it's hard to explain it with text. Yeah, right. Because what you're probably doing, you're thinking, I just have to kill this thing, and you sit and you're on one item, one mob, and you kill it, which is, I mean, lots of suggestions have been put forth to like try to come up with a solution for it. Um, I haven't seen a solution that seems to solve everything. Let me just see what this says. Hmm. Okay, so this is what people were saying when. Actually, there's some things in here. So let's say corn. Corn will not fit in the measuring jug. Garlic? Okay. Let's set this volume to 500. This is what I've seen people do. Okay, I'm going to take out one of those garlics. So they'll put a garlic in there. Like, so I set it to 500, and I put a garlic in there, and then I just drag it in. Okay, so garlic seems to be too big. What if I set the volume to... Hold on, let me remove the garlic, remove the water, set the volume to... So it needs to be 480 or less. Somewhere between 320 and 480. So what if I set this to 1? I put both garlics in, then what happens? 9. Oh, so the garlic is only 50. So wait a minute. Why is it? Maybe I didn't set it properly to 500. So I set it to 500. I put the 2 garlics in, put the water in. There it is. Okay. So let's put another garlic, another 2 garlics. Okay, this is still going to be a lot of fiddling, right? It's going to be like... Oh boy. Okay, let's put all the garlics in and see if I'm above 320. Nope. So I need 1 garlic out. Now I'm at 340. Okay. This is going to be fiddly. And I'm not too happy about it. So the way I'm seeing it is this. Okay, so I'm going to fill the bowls like this. Oops, I put 2 times in there. Okay. And then I'm going to... This is how I fill. So I fill this way. 2 reasons why you fill this way. The first one is you can see the plus sign. So as I'm putting this in, right next to my cursor, the plus sign. And you can see where you missed. The other reason is because I'm not sure why, but I can do it better when I'm swiping towards the right. And if you get into a rhythm, you can get really quick at this. Oh, I put 2 in that one. As long as you make no mistakes. Precision mouse control, yeah. And you can get just with practice. So I have done this a lot. Like a lot. Here's where the problem is. So the reason why it was so easy is because you can fill up the whole row with time, and so you can just go like across. No matter where you are on this window, you're always going to grab a time. The problem with water is that it's always going to be here. And so I'm going to have to rise it up all the way up to here. Drag, rise, like this. So this is going to go a lot slower. And you lose your place, right? Like you got to like look, where is the next one? And where my eyes are is the weight. So this, because this is slower, I might do the water the other way. Like this. Oops. And you have to find where the 55 is instead of the 89. Where that... Oh, this is slow. Right, because imagine doing 1,000 of these. This is where I kind of want it to be in the long run. So I wonder if there's a faster way, like if there's something that will make this go a little bit smoother. The noise reminds you of making dough in Ultima Online. Interesting. Yeah, and back to the rift thing, Veraclaws, like killing the mobs is what you should be doing. It honestly should be. Um, yeah. Maybe they need to think of like how they can, like we were discussing this, and Buddha was on the stream, and he was discussing because Buddha spent a lot of time. I'm pretty sure he was the lead project manager for Wurm and coding a lot of the mechanism, like the updates and stuff. When the rifts were added to the game, and he also did a lot of updates, to the rifts mechanics. And just on the last stream, we were discussing like how it could be fixed, and he was part of that discussion. And we were just shooting out ideas. I felt like none of them were really like the solution. It felt just brainstorming ideas, but my feeling was during that discussion was that a lot of people are trying to come up with solutions to make it so that new players could feel like they can contribute, because in the current situation a brand new player can go to a rift, and if they know about the tagging, they can just tag and get the points. But from my perspective, my argument is that that shouldn't happen. Like, you shouldn't be able to start a brand new player who has zero fight skill and be able to go and get just as many points as the most seasoned veteran fighter. Like, there should be a difference between a brand new player and a fighter, like a veteran. That's how I feel. So my thought was, why not just change it to damage dealt or number of hits landed? The more hits you land, the more points you get, and that it might not be a 1-to-1, like 1 point for every hit, but it could be. It could even be. No, it couldn't be that. It could be just some kind of transfer of, here's the number of hits you did, therefore you get this many points. That way, it doesn't matter which mob you're hitting. You can just stay on one mob and hit it as many times as you possibly can. The downside to this would be that then a brand new player who has low fight skill would not get any points. And that's what people were basically saying. But again, I feel like that should be the case. It should be that the new player should feel like they have to go get some fight skill, and then they have to go get a better weapon, and they have to gear up, and that they have to go through the motions before they are ready to participate in a rift. you know, and you don't really need that high fight skill to get hits at a rift. I think 50 would be enough. And we all know how fight skill goes between 1 to 70. It's like it flies. It takes very little effort to get from 1 to 70. It's only after 70 that things slow down. Anyway, Buddha had suggested a system where the amount of points you get is scaled by your fight skill. So keep it the way it is, but you're gonna get more points if your fight skill's higher. Or something like that. Or maybe I don't even remember. It was something like this. Anyway, let me read what you guys are saying. Do you remember correctly that macroing is allowed as long as it's attended? No. Um, not well. Okay, let's be clear what macroing is. Macroing is programming a repeated set of buttons so that the program automatically does it over and over again. Um, so, like for example, if you had a program that, let's say you have your tools on your belt, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and you have an item in your inventory that you can imp, and you just tell the program repeat 1 improve repair, 2 improve repair, 3 improve repair, 4 improve repair, 5 improve repair, and just keep mashing that over and over and over again. Okay, that's what I would consider a macro. Like you tell it to just do that over and over again. That's not allowed under any circumstances, attended or otherwise. But what is allowed is a program thing that sends all of that in one shot and doesn't repeat. And there's no delays. There's no like. I think the clearest there's a specific wording there. It's like it can't have any delays. So it's not like you can do like 1 improve repair, wait 12 seconds, 2, like there's no like any delays or anything like that. But what you can do is get the computer to send 1 improve, 2 improve, 3 improve, 4 improve, 5 improve with 1 button click. So you have to press the button. It will send all of that all at the same time as that button was pressed, and then nothing else after that. Okay, so that's allowed. So you're allowed to have it send multiple actions, multiple like button presses in 1 button press. So I can program a key on my keyboard. When I press that key, it will do 1 improve, 2 improve, 3 improve, 4 improve, 5 improve in quick succession and doesn't repeat. And there's no delay in between any of those actions. Yeah, you can do that. Okay, so you found this post, but it's not entirely clear. Let's read the post. Let's see what it says. Okay, but this is just somebody asking for, and this is an old, and also by people who aren't like Brash Endeavors is knowledgeable, but she's not part of the staff. And then Symbol at the time was not staff. I don't believe. And then there was also a later date. Let me just see when this ends. Yeah, this is still 2014. There was a later date. I can find the rules actually. Probably just in this one. Let me just double check down here. There's not one specifically for macroing. Yeah, here it is. Attention, macroers, botters, modders, beware. Oh wait, no, this is not it. Okay. Ah, here it is. Yes, it is that one. The macro words. Here's the definition. A macro is a software or hardware that automates the sending of actions to the game server without user interaction and is not permitted. So key locking, multi-boxing, which is automated sending of actions to more than one client at the same time. Okay. Attendance required. Make sure to attend your game session when performing actions. If you use keybinds and send actions that finish often, make sure that your actions have a desired effect before starting new queue, in case you watch TV or do something similar to that steals your attention. You still need to, when performing actions that you start more seldom and take a long time to finish, such as fishing or training skills, you need to verify that you have a valid target now and then when starting an action. So there's like clear like definition of what attendance required means under certain circumstances. And then there's this blue bit. Okay, so this is what I was saying before. And I wish that they said it a little bit better because G keys on a G series keyboard might not be clear to everybody. But all that is like a programmable button on your keyboard or your mouse that you can say, when I press this button, what I want you to do is just press, and then you can tell it what buttons to press. H, J, Q, S, R, right? So I press this button and then it automatically presses all those buttons all at the same time. Okay, or other similar product is permitted to send multiple actions simultaneously. Okay, so I press that one button and simultaneously it automatically presses all these buttons, and this could be all keybound. Okay, without any default built-in or added delay timings, because that's the key, is that you can't have it press S, then delay for 10 seconds, then press T, then delay for 10 seconds or whatever, in order to fill your act. So you're allowed to do this to fill your action queue, provided you do not use any sort of repeat function. Okay, so the link, yeah. It's this one. Yeah, you cannot, with the mouse movement, you cannot do that. That's definitely against the rules. Yeah. Yeah, you can't. Not that I haven't thought of it before. The idea of like programming a mouse to just do this action over and over again, but yeah, no, that's totally against the rules. Okay, now the water. I do feel like the water's faster the other way for some reason. I'm not sure why. It might be because the numbers are on the right side of the, like the weight numbers that I have to look at are on the right side of the screen. I actually have to go get more water. Because that's another thing I have to think about for this station is to make one of those big water barrels things. What do you call them? The is it an oil barrel that holds like the 2,000 kilograms of water? Ought to be a faster way to do this. Oh right, there was one thing I did want to try. Oh, I'll just keep doing this and I'll try it after. Fill this one up, and then I'm gonna go try it. Although it might need to make another pottery measuring jug. which actually I can do while. Let's do it while. This is one thing that what I like about pan filling um, is that you can be doing stuff. Like for example, I'm going to be making where is it? Measuring jug. I can create 5 measuring jugs and just be doing this pan filling at the same time. And I'm really curious to know how much skill I'm going to get here. There, and all 5 jugs, yeah. Oh, you got caught doing that in Ultima Online and ended up in jail in the game? Well, boy. If you get caught doing that in this game, it's way worse. Like a lot worse. Okay, my forge is probably out by now. Let's fire those up. Ooh. Also gonna have to get more water. See, one of these jugs, huge oil barrels. I never knew that these things held so much water until Brian made one. Let's see, can I carry these 2? I'm walking slow. Okay, so I'm just gonna carry 3 then. I'm gonna walk slow, I may as well carry an extra one. Yeah, you hate that you can't seal huge oil barrels. Yeah. So yeah. I can see why that you might want to do that. But I can also see why the game stops you from doing that. I mean, you have to admit sealing barrels in general is just a little bit overpowered as it currently is in the game. I just find it so amazing that you can just seal. The model has a peg in it. That's true, yeah. Yeah, I learned my lesson back in 1999, yeah. Yeah. But sealing barrels is like, you can keep stuff indefinitely forever. But yeah, the fact that it has a peg in it does make you really want it to be sealed. I'm wondering, is there anybody here who has done a lot of pan filling or some pan filling anyway? I mean, it's one of those things that there are there's a lot of people who do it and get really good at it. But I feel like when I say a lot, it's like a minority of the population. Yeah, Bear Claws, you'd be doing it? Yeah. I've never done it with beverages. But I know in a couple of my streams I've shown some really like handy techniques for pan filling. Like for example, there's this one technique where let's say you needed to fill in more than one item. Let's say I wanted both into this bowl. Let's take out this. Oh, into this bowl, this empty one here. I would like to put both a chopped thyme and a rosemary into it. So one way to do it is just grab a chop, grab one of like open up both of these, grab one of these, close this, open one of these, grab one, do it like that. But if you hold shift, so like I select this, so it's blue. I hold shift and I select this. Now both are blue. Okay, so now I can let go of the keyboard now. Now I'm going to hold control, shift, and enter on the right side of my keyboard because they're right on top of each other. So control, shift, and enter. Now it's a hand, right? Like the cursor is a hand now. And I grab just one of them, but because both of them are highlighted, when I bring them over to the pottery bowl, I get one of each. You see that? So let's suppose that you want to create 100 meals that have a meat and a vegetable in it. Well, you can have a pottery bowl with 100 meat, a pottery bowl of 100 veggies. Hold, and actually you don't even hold shift, you hold control. So you click this one and hold control and click that one. And that allows you to, I can click a fishing reel as well. And now if I hold control shift and enter and I drag this over, it should bring a fishing reel as well. Okay, so I'll say it again. Yeah. Let's put these all back. Right? So normally what you have is like 100 frying pans or something like that sitting here, all empty, right? And you have a meal that you have in mind that has multiple ingredients. So you just make sure all the ingredients are in your inventory. So you put in different bags. Let's say you have backpacks or pottery bowls. Now, you can select stuff and it makes it blue, right? Like there's this blue highlight. So you select one of them to make it blue. Hold control, and that allows you to select other stuff. So I can select the rosemary, I can select the meat and fishing rod, I can grab one of these garlics, I can grab whatever I want, right? So I just hold control to select everything that you want to be in the ingredients, one of each. Actually, before you do any of that, there is one setting that needs to be set. Let me see if I can find it. What's the setting? I think it's under the game. Yeah, it's right here. Enable shift drag in GUI. That has to be checked. And the default shift drag value has to be set to 1. Okay, that's what's making it take 1 from each of these. You can set this to 2 and then it'll take 2 from each of these. But you set it to 1, so it's only going to take 1 from each. Okay, that's just in the game settings. Default shift drag value. Okay, save that, close it. Okay, so now, once you have all the things that you want putting into the bowl selected, on the right side of your keyboard, you hold Control, Shift, and Enter. The Enter is being held just so that when you finish dragging, the pop-up that comes up, like if I don't hold Enter, I'm just holding Shift and Control, and I move this over, all 4 of the items will get put into the pottery bowl after I hit the OK button. Okay, so I'm going to hit the OK button, and all 4 items will get put in there, 1 of each. Okay. Hold on, let's put them all back. Now, if I do hold the Enter, what's going to happen is that the pop-up's going to come and ask, but the Enter is being held down, so it like instantly clicks send on it. So I click, drag all of these over, and in goes all 4 items. Now, if all of these are empty, you can just sit there and go click, 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 and fill up all of them like that really quick. And that's how people fill insane amounts of pans in a very short period of time. Now, unfortunately, that doesn't really help me in this situation. Right? In this situation, the water is the problem. Oh, okay. So before I go filling up this water, I started, but let's go over to see if those oh, let's put these barrels down. So let's move that back. Let's go see if this does what I want it to do. Okay, let's set these all to the 500. Okay, good, that worked. And let's see what happens if I drag water to this one. Nothing. That didn't work. It would be nice if I dragged this to this and all the measuring jugs got filled up. Like I want one swipe to fill up lots of measuring jugs. Well, that doesn't work. So it looks like it's back to just going one at a time. If anyone knows a faster way than this, I am all ears. Or something that will make it easier. Even if it's is there a way we could think of making it so that I don't have to take the water from this and bring it all the way down to this one? Because that part makes it, I can move this up a little bit as I go, but aside from that, oh, I missed one. Is this my third forge I'm filling or fourth? I think it's my third. And if this pans out, I'm just gonna, I have to make some, so what am I gonna do? What's my plan here? I gotta make a knife that's high quality. I gotta make a pizza, a beverage making pizza. Should probably do that anyway. I should do a forestry pizza for Xander now that he's on that kick. Okay, if that was the third one, yeah. Okay, I gotta swap these again. Okay, let's see how fast I can do these. Almost put a measuring jug in there. Okay. Okay. This is that's gotta move this around here. All right. So this is the brutal part. I still got this one and 2 more forges to do, I think. Oh no. No, this one and 1 more forge. What just happened? I just put from the wrong spot. But once this is all done, I'm crossing my fingers. I'm hoping to see some half-decent gains here for my efforts. And what's nice is that these pottery bowl forges could also be used for the meat, for making breakfasts. So I just need to make frying pan forges as well. I guess technically I could start on the meals. I can just do meals now for skill gain. Yeah, this is taking way too long. It's like, you know, the rate at which I'm putting the time in, the chop time. Like, that's sort of like how I'm remembering pan filling. You know, I'd have this all like, I'd have this all the way up, I'd have this all the way up, and I wouldn't have to move any of this. This would all get like stuck there. And I'd have my food storage bin open. I'd have all my bags here. I don't even see the chop time. There it is. I'm too far away. Yeah, it is. The water part is painful, right? Like normally I'd have like, you know, with the pan filling, regular pan filling, you'd have this highlighted. You'd have like the other things you wanted highlighted. Then you just fill the chop time so that the whole bar is filled with the whole bar of pottery bowls, and you'd just be sitting there like holding the control shift alt, and you'd just be doing this. And you can fill 100 pans like this, like real fast. Um, Once you get into a groove, you know, like where you're not making mistakes anymore, takes practice. And then I always had it set up so that you can. I had stuff below and stuff above so that you can like adjust the height of where it is with the mouse wheel. So if the time ends up being a little bit too low for your thing, you can just scroll wheel up or down, and then you'd be done. And then you move on to the next forge, and you just keep doing that until 1,000 pans are filled. But with this, you then have to do the water, which is just painful. Ugh, and misclicks here are also much easier. Now here's a tip for anybody who's interested in making good money. There are people out there who will pay lots of money for you to do this for them. You can easily pay for your premium if you're willing to do this frequently. I think there was once I paid 30 silver for, I'm trying to remember now, 15,000, I want to say. Yeah, I think it was 15, no. It was 10,000. Yeah, that makes sense. I paid 30 silver for 10,000. Now, that included the materials, so 10,000 corn, 10,000 meat, and somebody filled all 10,000 corn and meat into 10,000 pans, and it was their setup. Like, they had created the forges and created the... I literally show up to their deed, and all I needed to do was take out every pan and put it back in so that my character had credit. And 30 silver later, and I got all the gains for it. Yeah, it's hard to find somebody to do it, exactly. So that's what I'm saying. Anybody who's seeing this and going, I could do that. Whoops, what happened there? The water ran out. Like 2 more. Okay, just gonna make sure all of these are 89s. Okay. And that was the last forage, right? We're good. Okay. So here's the moment. RSI for sure. What's RSI? 1 minute, 100 pans. No worries. I would have them guys who would pay some one for sure. Yeah. Repetitive strain injury. Yep. Yep, that can happen. That definitely can happen. Okay, what am I doing here? I'm gonna empty these for now. Now what I need is a kindling for each of the forges. What else do I need? I think that's it. I think that's it. Okay, so I'm going to move over to my skills tab. We're going to watch the skills go. And I'm also going to put my beverage skills on my tab here. Last slot, beverage skills. Save it. All right, I think I'm ready to go. So just queue up all 5 of these. I don't have affinity food, unfortunately. But don't you worry. If this goes very well, I'll be making affinity food and then repeating this process. Well, we'll see. We'll see how many I need to repeat it. We'll find out. But I'd be willing to do this like 10, 15 more times. Before I do it 10 or 15 more times again, I will make 5 more forges. That way I can do half as many. Okay, I better turn this on. Although I'm pretty sure that it's not going to actually happen right away. But I'm willing to spend a little bit of sleep bonus here. see what happens. Usually just one kindling is enough to heat it all up to where it turns into the product. Right, here we go. Should be happening very soon. Here we go. There's a beverage tick. Okay, so the beverage tick is like 0.06. But I'm not getting very many because my skill's low and this difficulty's high. But as my skill goes up, I should be getting more. Here we go. Look at those sweet gains. Look. My mind logic is flying too. And I had half the mind to do it on Xander just for the mind logic, but I don't know. I like it on Griff. I like it on Griff. Okay, here we go. Still going. I've gotten 4 points of beverages so far. And my feeling is that the rate is going to go faster the higher I get. Because the difficulty of these... Here, this one's still not done. Difficulty of this... Whoops. Oh, it's 16. Never mind. I thought the difficulty was higher there. That's okay. Still going. Right now I'm at 15.3. It is slowing down. Oh, there's one more tick there. I'll wait another few maybe 30 seconds. It's like popcorn, you know? You're waiting for that last couple kernels to go. There, see? Got a couple there at the end. There's a few more. I mean, I should probably just peek into these. See, there's one there. Oh, I want to open this. Whoops, no! I don't want to snuff it! Ah! Why was snuff there? Did I at least get all of these ones? Okay, good. Okay, I'm going to turn off my sleep bonus. Okay, let's see where it all landed. So, remember, this was only 235. 235. And I got 5.33 skill in beverage making, which is a good amount. Good chunk, I'd say. I'm actually curious. I should have put on my mind logic. I was kind of curious to know how much I got there. But overall, the 0.04 mind logic. That's not that much. I mean, it's a good chunk, but it's hard to know what I had before if I had gotten any there. Okay, so I think that paid off. That was actually not so bad. So 5 skill in that amount of time. Like, but you gotta remember, it's really, now that I've got the forges and the pottery bowls, the time to get that 5 skill would be the time it takes to chop that time chop the herb and to fill the forages. So if I can get a fast knife, right, if I can get a fast knife, the chopping plus the filling would probably be under, I don't know actually. I didn't keep track of the chopping. I kept forgetting to do the chopping. But the chopping was probably overall under 10 minutes if I was like on it. And if I can get a faster knife, I could probably do it in 10 minutes or maybe less. And then the filling, well, it's hard to tell actually. I should have probably timed myself. But I can get faster as I do that because I was going kind of slow, experimenting with stuff along the way. So, yeah. It is what it is. Like with more forges, you can do all this and get double that amount. Of course, as your skill goes higher, the slower it goes. So it's sort of like one of these things where you're going to have to do this like, if I want to get, let's say, to 50, I'd probably have to do this 15 more times, if I'd have to guess. So now there's this part as well. There's the part where you have to go through each of these. You have to go through each of these, expand this all, and dump. Oh, should do it from the bottom. Got to dump all the tea. Wait, why is it moving down? And if I do it from the top, it's moving up. See how all the time moves up? What if I do it from the middle? Okay. Now it's moving up. So I felt like if I did it from the bottom, it moves up. No, why is it moving down? Maybe because it's at the top, bottom. There we go. What am I doing wrong here? See, I want it to be so that I can move the time T and then quickly move my mouse right back to this position. But the problem is when I move the T, that one moves down to a different spot. So predicting where that spot is a little bit harder. You gotta empty this out like this. I'll figure it out later. I'll figure it out, I'm sure. Okay. Oh, this is like a lot of tea. Let me see if I can figure out here. If I move this over, it moves up. But if I move it from here, see, this is what I want. I want it to be like this. Because you can go much faster this way. Whoops, I keep missing. At least it doesn't pull the pottery bowl over when I miss. Okay, wait, what if this is all the way to the bottom? And then I do it from top to bottom. Does that work? Yeah, that works. Okay, so it has to be all the way at the bottom. And then I can do it from top to bottom. Let me see that again. Or does that have to be fully expanded, maybe? Maybe that's what it is. If it's fully expanded, all at the bottom, then I can do it top to bottom. Is that what I said? Yeah, top to bottom. And this needs to be... You just got to get the rhythm going. Oh, and it's full. Is why. And this is why the emptying is the worst. Okay, now I have to do it bottom to top. Because the skill has already been gotten, and yet you still have to do all this extra work. I did that one. Okay, bottom to top. If it's at the top, I think it's bottom to top. Yeah. I feel like I can get really good at this if I wasn't as tired as I am and I was focused a little bit more and I practiced. I can get the muscle memory down. Just go tune, 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 tune. I just let my sleep bonus timer run out the 5 minutes before I stop. Huh. Ooh, I'm lazy. I let it hit 100 damage, then just redo. Yeah. I mean, that's what I did with the food sometimes. Sometimes, especially when there was a lot of it. Like this is 235. So, ooh, I got a rare one. Let's taste that. You think would give me more insight about preaching? Let's see what the timer is. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Okay, well, wasn't really expecting much. Oh, I need to go top to bottom. Okay, top to bottom. But see, the thing is that if you want to get really good gains, you got to do this over and over again. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to get a really nice knife and chop a ton of it. Just chop, 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 chop. Thousands. Then repeat this over and over and over again. Keep missing. Going the wrong way. Yeah, it's tons of work, but I'm too bloated. All right, let's pour out the tea. Pour. Yeah. But see, it doesn't take that long. Like you repeat this process, and if I double up the amount of forges I have, or even more than that, and then prepare the thyme or the whatever herb that I choose, and then once it's all ready, the filling and the lighting, watching the skills go up, emptying, filling, lighting, watching the skills go up. It's like it goes really fast. It doesn't take that long. I know it's a lot of this like finicking, right? So if I was just doing with these 235 is not really that efficient. Um, so that's why I'm thinking of increasing the number of stuff I got here. Yeah, if I get 1,000, to get to 90 beverages, I don't know. It'll start going slower, and then the other thing that's going to happen is that because the difficulty is 16, you're going to get less ticks. So you'll have to like what's going to have to happen is that as your skill goes up, you're going to have to look for new recipes that will add more difficulty. Like it could be 25 refills. But see, the benefit of having a setup like this is that other people can use it as well, right? So we have Viking Beard who does beverages, and he also would want to get his beverage skill up, I'm sure. And it's like one of those things where like I could fill it up for him, and then he can come and just light the forge. Like he would have to take all the pottery bowls out and put all the pottery bowls back in. Once you do that, you're the one who gets the credit for it, and then we can light it all, and he can get the skill, right? Like that. That could be a thing too. We can do this with meat and breakfasts, and people can get hot food cooking up, or mind logic. You can do this for mind logic. So I kind of want to keep going with these ovens and have like a lot of them, and that way the setup is there for anybody who needs it or who wants it. Hey, Dreamt, what's going on? Welcome on in. We are just wrapping up here. It is super late for me, and we have just completed the task that we were setting out to do. I'm a little bit not happy with the water business of having to flip, the little finicky bits with the water. Um, but it seems like that's the way it is. I'll maybe ask around because I know there's quite a few people who know this process pretty well and who could probably give me some advice on how to make this a little bit easier. Does a raft work for someone putting them back in if you fill them? It has to go into your inventory. So you can't pull it out of the oven into a raft and then back into the oven. It has to come into your inventory for it to count. Yeah. Which is actually not so bad for pottery bowls because pottery bowls you can only fit 47 pottery bowls into an oven, and all 47. Let me get this one out of my inventory here so it doesn't. All 47 will fit in your inventory, so you can just do that, and that's it. And then you go to the next one, 47 back. Um, Frying pans is a little bit worse, right? Because they each weigh 3, and then whatever plus whatever food you put in, or is it 2.5? I can't remember, 2 or 3. They each weigh like a decent amount, and then whatever food is in there. So, and then 100 of those will fit into an oven. So you have 100 of these things. So that's like 400, 500 weight or whatever sitting in. You won't be able to carry it all. Not to mention 100 items. So what I'd recommend there is having a raft, right? Like you have a, well, goodness, you have a raft open. I don't even have a raft, but like you have a container open here. You take, you know, however many of these that you fit into your inventory, you put it over here, you take the rest, then you put it back, then you put it back, like that. That's how I would do it. So long as it touched your inventory, like it was in this slot here, then it can go anywhere and it'll still be yours. So the criteria for it being you're the one getting the skill is that it has to have you're the last one that it was in the inventory. Now, it's not the bowl that actually has to be in your inventory, it's the ingredients, right? So the person who fills the ingredients into the bowl, it's going to be there. skill gain because the ingredients were in their inventory. But if I take all the bowls, then now all the ingredients are in my inventory, and now they're mine. Okay, so that's how it's determined. And that is pan filling. That is pan filling for beverage gain. I'm going to do some more tests with this. I'm going to do some timing. Like, how long does it fit? I'll do another round, like maybe tomorrow, and I'll time myself. How long does it take to fill? And also, how long does it take to chop? I kind of want to know those numbers. Then I can start running some numbers. Like, if I were to repeat this process, how long will it take me to get to? Well, let's call 50 my goal. I want to go to 50 beverage making. And that's where I'll start. And then I definitely need to get back to hot food cooking. I've been making pizzas, but I think hot food cooking is like I watch Gaffer Boffin, and the food he makes, man, oh, I just wish that we had that kind of food. I think if I can make food like Gaffer Boffin can make food, then I will splurge on another large magic chest specifically for food like that. Because yeah, because that stuff can last a real long time. Oh, I don't know. It's like one bite and it's like 10 hours or something like that. It's like ridiculous. It might even be more than that. Like his pizzas come out and they're like, he's like, oh, that one's only 96 quality. I'm like, God, it's crazy how much. Yeah, and it wouldn't take that long to get if we get a setup with frying pans. The hard part is getting the frying pans. At least pottery bowls are just clay, and it's not that much clay. Whereas frying pans is iron, and I kind of want to say it's 3 iron per frying pan. Let's see, is frying pan one word? No, 2 words. No, it's 2.5. Okay, so 2.5 iron per frying pan, and if you, uh, if I wanted to fill 5 ovens with iron, with frying pans, that's 500 frying pans times 2.5. That's 1,250 iron. Yeah, you got a large magic chest. He's doing 99 quality one now. I know. Oh well, I'm up late, like 2:30. It's 2:30 right now, so that's late. Katz is up really late. Yeah, it's definitely time for bed. And you're saying, yeah, okay. Yep. I think it's time. And I don't know if I can't imagine anybody else is streaming Worm right now, but I'm going to check anyway. Let's see. Oh, there is somebody. Fiery Galaxy. I actually don't know this person. Let's just check them out together for a second. Hello everyone. I was stream games like Atlas, Red Dead Redemption, Call of Duty, PUBG, Farm Sim, pretty much anything that I'm currently playing. Affiliate discount code. Okay. Well, it looks like a very, very, very new streamer streaming some Worm Online, and they're a newbie. You can tell because they're in the newbie gear on a donkey. And look, they have a tent. There's a rare coin in there. That these guys are super new, and because they like Atlas, they like Atlas and Worm are similar-ish a bit. So, and it seems like they know what they're doing, at least the beginnings of it. So, yeah, I'm gonna raid this guy or girl. Fiery Galaxy. It's hard to tell. Probably no. I can't tell the gender of the character either. But let's do this. So you guys have a great rest of your day, night, evening, sleep, whatever it is, and we're gonna go raid. Give this guy a follow. His goal is to get 25 followers so that he can get to affiliate. He only has 7 right now, so pass him a follow. Encourage him to keep up with Wurm, and yeah, I will see you guys all next time. You're very welcome. So let's see. This guy's name is Fiery Galaxy 78. All right. Until next time, you guys keep on worming and have a good one.